Is someone going to record the keynotes? Like video?
We might do it tomorrow. No doubt. No, I think Maurya left for that. We might do it. We probably know record teams. So we'll come to ESD. So if the person actually stands right here, that catches it. But we wouldn't use this too. Okay, actually, it's on this one. Okay. I think backups are back somewhere.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, buenos dias. We are actually starting in 10 minutes. So you don't need to say that. Everything is going beautifully. We are ahead of schedule. I love you all. 10 minutes, get water, get more coffee, go to the bathroom, do whatever. But in 10 minutes, we're going to hear the wonder and majesty of Maurya. So, do your thing. See you back here in 10.
Are you loaded up? I think I'm on here. I had do you usually do it for phone? Why don't you use up for this? I'll go see if I can. Brendan. Why does that not make switch over to your deck, or we use one you want?
I can switch over if I can just find it.
So it's like playing the game.
So finding the file here, whatever you want. I don't know what yours is.
All I need is just that. That's why.
Well, I know people I think it's not better.
Alright, welcome to no one definitely does.
Oh, okay, I was like, bro, there's no whole
Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Global Roundup 2016. I'm going to give about 3 minutes of just housekeeping things before introing Ash. The first thing, this is Capital Factory. It is our home. Our offices are on the 5th floor. We love this place, and it's a key part of the Austin entrepreneurial scene. And people work here. So this is our area, the main, the foyer, and the classroom on the other side. These areas behind these doors are off limits, so if a door's open, don't go back there and like break a bunch of stuff. Just try not to express that urge. The bathrooms are right through that hallway. You can see them. If you have any questions about anything, Maya and Shayna, the respective king and queen of the Roundup, they are here. They're the ones who deserve all the credit for putting this together, but they're also the ones who can have all the answers to literally everything. So if you have any questions about your life and what you should do, you should ask them that, as well as where to get a new name tag. We have social media and our hashtag here, so please don't forget to shout about that and scream about that. There's also a guy here who did 3-Day Startup in 2009. So this gentleman saw us when we really had no idea what we're doing. So this is really weird for him to see what 3DS has become. So Tim, if we could just acknowledge him real quick for being here and being just a true 3DS OG. So we're really glad to have you here and be part of this. Okay. So there are some really big ideas that are very key to 3-Day Startup and how we teach what we do. We all know no one's going to steal your stupid idea. We all know, get out of the building. We all know, haha, business, right? These are key 3DS concepts that have been really useful for how we teach what we do. And another really key line with that is practice trumps theory. And that's an idea we got from Ash. We love the lean startup and we love that philosophy, but his book, Running Lean, was something that almost all 3DS alumni have read. And the reason we like it is how practical and tactical it is. It's a really great book for figuring out what actually should you do next. Stop theorizing and strategizing. It gives you an action plan. It gives you steps of what to do. So it's really fitting that for the 3DS program, Running Lean is associated with that. For our conference, for the next step, Ash is going to talk about his next work and what he's been doing. So he's a great thinker around the lean startup and around entrepreneurship, and in many ways, he's the philosophical godfather of 3DS. So if we could give him a hand, please.
Perfect. How's everyone doing today? Woo! Okay, so let's kind of, as Cam said, I'm going to give you a little bit of a segue from running to scaling lean, but I always like to start because we'll have people here at different levels and kind of different familiarity with the work. So we'll start a little bit with running lean, but then segue ourselves and make this as interactive as possible. So if you have questions, it's not a lecture, just kind of jump in and join in. So I've been an entrepreneur for over a decade, and throughout that time I've built lots of products, but as some of you can appreciate, all my ideas started out as awesome ideas, but not all of them went on to become awesome products or awesome business models. And like anyone else, I wanted all my products to be successful, but I knew that good ideas are rare and hard to find. You have to go through lots of stuff that's just not going to work before you find the good ideas that actually do work. So I was prepared for the search process right from the start. I knew that you have to search for a business model. You don't just go and land that first idea. What I wasn't prepared for was the cycle time between my ideas. So my first idea didn't do so well. But the thing that really bothered me at the time was that I was spending a lot of time on each idea. I was averaging about 1.5 to 2 years, and that began to bother me because I realized that at some point I was not going to get any younger, and I had more ideas than time and resources to act on all of them. And so I began my search for faster ways to vet my ideas, so to find out which ones would work, which ones would not work. And so this time was from the time I had the spark of an idea to when I knew whether this was going to work for sure or not, so when I would kill the idea off. So this became my personal mantra. Some of you that might have followed some of my work have seen this on my blog or other places, but I was kind of in search for that better, faster way. And this is what I found. So around that time, I ran into some of the works that Eric Ries was putting out with the Lean Startup, Steve Blank with customer development, and I kind of joined in on the conversation. And I found that the story that I lived through was things that I found other entrepreneurs and even innovators in large companies kind of living through the same process. And so here's what that story kind of sounded like. So when we get hit with this spark of an idea, this shiny thing we want to go and do, we often do one of two things. We either lock ourselves up, we start with this one, we lock ourselves up in the metaphorical garage and pound away and try to build out the solution. At some point we end up looking like this, we're low on resources, time is kind of running out. We surface and then begin looking for people who can give us additional resources. Whether that's building a team around yourself or going and looking for investors, we kind of surface out and start asking for those additional resources. But we often get rejection at that point because at that point, we don't quite have something that these guys can see. So I often will say this is a backwards approach of executing on an idea. We have to do things very differently. So when we go and talk to the stakeholders, whether this is an investor, whether this is even a co-founder, they don't see what you see, and they want to see where is this idea going. So they want to see what the business model is all about, not so much what you think the business model is going to be. When we go to our customers with a half-finished product at that point, they too can't see what we want them to see because they have problems they want solved, and you're showing them a half-finished product and they can't connect the dots. So we at that point throw our hands up in the air and don't know what to do. So this was what kind of the story I saw playing out and what prompted me to recognize that the number one reason why products fail is not really a failure to build or execute on your idea, but rather it's a simple reason, and that is that we simply build something nobody wants. We build the wrong product at the end of the day. The worst part is that we spend a lot of time and money, effort kind of doing that. So if we can flip that around, we can have a better or different outcome. So the first book, Running Lean, was all about this epiphany here, which is that as entrepreneurs, our ideas are not just limited to the solution. So this is a lean canvas. Some of you may have had exposure to it. I'll quickly talk about what it is. But the solution box is what we entrepreneurs fall in love with. I show it here as the awesome box. And that's what I sometimes call the entrepreneur's bias or the innovator's bias. And we think if we simply build this solution out, good things will happen. And I found that that's not always the case. Even great products fail because of many reasons. You may not have a path to customer, or if nobody finds your product, it's not going anywhere. So the big epiphany in the first book was all about this mind shift, which is thinking not just of your solution as the product, but rather the business model as the product. And I'll kind of walk through this process here a little bit to get everyone caught up. So that was the main message behind the Running Lean book, and it's a very tactical book, as Cam said, so it goes into a lot of the hows, but that was the big idea in there. So how many of you have read the Running Lean book? So I just get a sense of, okay, so not everyone. So it's probably good to kind of walk through the meta principles in there as well. So I'm an entrepreneur, been an entrepreneur for a long time, but I'm a technical entrepreneur. So I have a technical background. I was a technical founder, kind of in software, went to school for engineering. And so I knew how to build products very well, and that was kind of my love for the product and the solution. These principles were all taking what I learned about building products and applied it to the business model. So when you think of your business model as a product, we can apply the same best practices to that process. So the first step here is one of documenting your initial plan. So if you went out and you were trying to build something complicated like a house, we don't just put up walls and build a house from nothing. We usually start out with some kind of a sketch, even if it's an architectural sketch or some kind of a blueprint. And that's what the first step is all about. Traditionally, we have used business plans for this process. Anyone here ever tried to write a business plan? Some hands. And keep your hands up if you enjoy that process. Anyone? So a few hands are up, so they actually enjoy the process. So I have no problem with business planning, but I am kind of I'm against the business plan itself, not because it's a bad exercise, but because it's a bad format. So it's a 60-page document, full of nice words and pretty charts and Excel wizardry at the end. And all that is good for getting your assumptions out there. The problem is that the people who make you write this don't typically read the whole document. So they are going to call you into their office and ask for the 1-page executive summary, the 10-page slide deck, or the 30-second elevator pitch. And if your thinking is clear enough, then they will ask you for more things. So we flip that around. So when we talk about the business model, we say that if you're going to start with something that has to be shrunk down to a single page, why not start with a single page? And so the business model is essentially a 1-page business plan. That's kind of the high-level concept, and looks something like this. So anyone here seen the Lean Canvas before? Oh, same hands, okay. So the Lean Canvas is a 1-page business plan. I'm not going to walk through this in a lot of detail, but those that are looking at it for the first time, you can recognize a lot of these boxes. They are typically the chapters that would go in your business plan. It talks about who your customers are, what problems do they have, how would you solve them, what channels would you use to get to them. So you can kind of draw that architectural sketch of your idea on a single page. So if you've never tried it, it takes 20 to 30 minutes to do. With practice, you even get faster. But what I like about this is that it's not like a formal, finished, polished document. It's really a sketch. So you can create these very quickly, and I often draw the analogy that it's like playing with Lego pieces. If you don't like something, you can change it, and you can do that over and over again till the pieces start to fit. We can use this to describe some very simple business models. So like this, build some simple models. We can take the same building blocks and build more elaborate ones. And this, by the way, is a life-size X-Wing fighter built with small Lego pieces, not giant Lego pieces. So again, you can stack these up and build some very complicated models. And you'll see some examples of this here shortly. So that's why this is powerful. The other reason it's powerful is that if I show you if I share my idea on a Lean Canvas, you can't help but read a single page because it's very easy to scan. And then you can't help but have an opinion and start asking me questions. And that's where the true power of this lies, is that in the conversation that will ensue, we'll talk about the idea a lot more than if I give you a 60-page document and say, read it, let's talk in 2 days, or let's talk in 2 weeks, or probably never. So that's the power of the Lean Canvas. So that's the first step. Take your idea and deconstruct it into its component pieces. So it's the divide and conquer technique from product development. The second principle here is one of tackling what's riskiest in the idea. For a lot of us, building the product comes easy, and that's why we lock ourselves up in the garage and want to build a finished, polished solution. But that's usually not the riskiest thing. Given enough time, money, and effort, these days we can build almost anything, and you want to prioritize not the technical feasibility, because that sometimes is less risky, but rather the market feasibility. So if you build this thing, will anyone care at the end of the day? And so when we get to this step, I often say it's a lot like playing Jenga. When you play the game of Jenga, we want to remove all the weak pieces out of the picture so we have a solid tower that can stand the test of time. And that's what we want to do with our businesses. As an entrepreneur, you want to figure out what's riskiest, not what's easiest first. So that house example, you don't start by building the facades or painting the walls. You start by building a solid foundation. So you have to start with the foundation and not the stuff that comes later. And then the last part here, and this is where the Lean Startup fits in very nicely. A lot of this was business modeling and kind of risk prioritization. But the Lean Startup kind of fits in very nicely in that it gives you this framework for rapid experimentation. So we can take those riskiest assumptions and begin to stress test them. And from there, we're going to get feedback. The risks are going to be either confirmed or we're going to mitigate them. And then we are going to move on and progressively get the business model to work. So when you go from left to right, and the more that you do this, the more you are de-risking the business model, which is what we do as entrepreneurs. So this was the 1-page kind of slide summary of running Lean. It's always good to put that a little bit to practice, so I'll kind of workshop this one together. So let's apply this to 2 examples. So we'll start with a very simple, low-tech example. So let's say you are going to open a restaurant. A lot of restaurateurs are like entrepreneurs. When they have that spark of an idea, they're immediately thinking of the location, they're thinking of the ambience, they already have the menu figured out, they have the napkins, the silverware all figured out. I'll argue that a lot of those things, while important, are again part of the solution. It's a premature optimization step to go that far out into the future. So the key question I want you to think about is if you were starting a restaurant, what is that riskiest assumption you need to test first? Anyone? Yes?
People are going to like it.
Like it being
Your food or your restaurant.
exactly. So
People want it.
yeah. So when we talk about something like a restaurant business, there's lots of options. With any product out there, we always have options. Even doing nothing is an option. So you want to figure out what the options are. What are those existing alternatives? With food, again, lots of options. You want to figure out why will your food stand out. So what is that value proposition or the unique value proposition? And not just that, but will people come and eat it? Not once, will they eat it and like it? And not once, but repeatedly. And then can you monetize that? So those are fundamentally the things you want to be testing. You don't have to build a brick and mortar restaurant to do that. I would almost say that many restaurateurs, when they start, probably start by cooking at home, invite friends over, and when the friends start asking them where they bought the food or cater the food from, that's a telltale sign that already the food's at a different level. You can open up a pop-up restaurant, going to catering, you can do all kinds of things as an intermediary. If you live here in Austin, which I think a number of you do, you all know this innovation. This is the lean truck, the food truck, which is an example of a lean restaurant, right? So if you've got an idea to open a restaurant, you don't even have to buy one of these anymore. You can rent them and you can be up and running in a few days or weeks at most. You can drive this around town, test different locations. So that was a cupcake place. These guys did a fusion of tacos and barbecue, which, by the way, in Austin you can't go wrong with. But they kind of innovated by adding a Korean touch to it. But they also gamified the whole process. They used Twitter and they tweeted where they were, tested different locations, and where they got the most engagement is where they opened their restaurants. My favorite story by far, though, is the Franklin story. Again, people here in Austin probably know Aaron Franklin. So Aaron Franklin is pictured here with his wife. They were below the poverty line, so they were starving artists. They just wanted to open up a food truck to be able to save up enough money to work on their art, and they managed to get a friend to give them a parking space in a rundown gas station under the Highway 35, the worst location possible. So again, when we talk, people sometimes will say location's important, and that's again an example of premature optimization. So you can have good restaurants in bad locations and vice versa. This is an example of a good restaurant in a bad location, but it didn't keep people from doing this, right? So the moment they started, within 2 weeks, the line started going out the door, and notice it's not even open. Actually, there's someone there in the back taking a picture of the line, probably Aaron Franklin, and tweeting that and building more kind of word on this. And so this began to happen. And so when you build something that people want, they will begin to find, in small scale, they will start showing up and consuming the product, and that's the first thing you want to be testing. From there, this kind of went a whole different place. Anthony Bourdain stopped by because word got out that he was making good barbecue. He got a James Beard Award, wrote a book, as you can see with the slides down below. Even the President of the United States visited. He didn't have to stand in line because the lines got notoriously long, but he did have to pay. So Franklin was still running a business here, so even the President had to pay. So again, I like this story because it shows you how you don't have to think at scale to begin testing any idea. You can start small scale, test those riskiest assumptions, and then level up from there. And he has now built a whole platform. He had a cameo appearance in some Hollywood movies. He has a PBS show. He's a celebrity chef. So all these things happen, but not because he wanted them to happen day one, but rather he focused on kind of what was fundamental in the business. So we'll switch gears here and go to a high-tech example. So that was how you can apply some of these ideas to a low-tech type of a story. But everyone knows the Tesla story, big vision, building an all-electric vehicle that's mainstream, that's affordable. That was the vision that Tesla had. So here too, if you were Elon Musk and you went back several years, what would you say, and some of you might know the story, so just throw out some answers, what would you say is the riskiest assumption when you were starting out?
And maybe people don't care, they just want to get the cheap gas guzzling vehicles.
Okay, so people don't care, so yeah, you want to test for demand. What else?
Nobody wants an ugly electric car.
Sure. So that was, maybe again there, just to add some context to that, is that at that time, there were, electric cars had come and gone. He wasn't first, those had all failed. But there was an awareness on, oil prices were going through the roof, people were environmentally conscious, so there were hybrids in the market. But he had a vision of an all-electric car, and so one of it from a differentiation was, let's build a sports car or a nice-looking car, so that was definitely part of it. But again, to make that happen, and that was part of their positioning or marketing, but even more fundamental, what was the riskiest thing they had to figure out for any of that for any of the Tesla story to work.
Possible for the car to be made in the first place? Is it possible to make a fuel-efficient car that runs solely on electricity be affordable?
Okay, but if you looked at the story, their first car was not actually affordable. The first car was a sports car. It was a Lotus sports car. So that's again, it kind of goes counter, but it was part of their overall strategy. Anyone else?
Where would you recharge them, in a timely manner?
Sure. So of course that's important, but all of those kind of fundamentally go down to something very basic, and I'll kind of just throw that out there. And that is, back then there was a big anxiety around the charging stations, and to say it a different way, there was range anxiety. So if you had, again, an existing alternative of a regular car, you could go probably 200 miles, 300 miles, depending on what car you have, on a single tank, a full tank. There was no electric option out there that could do that. At best, you could go 35 miles, 40 miles, and most people's commute is much longer than that. So even if they were charging stations, no one wants to, have to wait for that to charge just to go about their business around the day. So for them, the big riskiest assumption here is, apart from the speed and all those other things, those were all kind of icing on the cake, but fundamentally no one would switch from a gas-powered vehicle to an electric car unless it could go near the same range on a single charge. So just like a gas, so you were basically comparing a gas tank to a full charge. And now if you jump to the solution, we get the charges from the battery, right? So their first obstacle or their first risk was, can we actually build a better battery? Can we build a battery that on a single charge can do 200 miles? That was their goal. And so when you're building a battery and not a car, you don't even need to build a car. And that is the point that I want to bring here. Is once you identify what is that risky assumption, Tesla's first car was not something they built even themselves. Because again, when you're building batteries, they didn't have to go and get factories, they didn't have to build charging stations, they didn't have to hire automotive engineers. They went and got people who could innovate on the battery, they built a better battery, and then they reached out to a car company, and this was again part of their strategy. They went to Lotus and licensed that vehicle, took out its guts and put their electric battery in there and sold it as a Tesla. Now, the next question, of course, is that why did they start with a very expensive car? And this is something I get more into the next in my book, but I'll kind of talk about it a little bit. And that is that if they had gone out and built a affordable car with that battery technology, demand might be through the roof. So they, just like what happened about a month ago, they may have 100,000 orders, which now means they have to jump into scale mode, and they didn't want to do that. So by purposefully going into the high-end premium market, they were essentially capping demand for their product as a conscious thing, because they wanted to get the battery right first. So they built a very expensive car. The people who bought this put a big down payment, didn't even know when they would get the car. 3 years later, a car was shipped to them, and that's how they tested the initial small production runs of these vehicles. Once they got the Tesla Roadster working, they then progressively leveled up. They built the Model S. Not as expensive, but now they built it themselves. They got factories, they got the charging stations, and fast forward to today, they're now ready for scale, or at least that's the story. We'll see if they can meet the demand. But this is the counterintuitive principle of, as an entrepreneur, if you start thinking about scale from day one and start worrying about scaling risks, you're going to, it's going to be a very hard way to kind of grow your business. If you instead think risky assumptions and progressively scale up, like in this story, you can begin to tackle those risks in a sequential order. And in their case, what's nice about this story is that it's not even a one product story. There's a big vision here, but they had a disposable product. This product was a learning minimum viable product. Once they got this done, they stopped production, and then they went to the Model S and then the Model 3, and those are the two cars that are probably going to be the cars that they're going to keep around for a while. Okay, so let's shift. So this was kind of the quick overview of running lean. So a lot of this is kind of in that first book, just to get everyone caught up with this concept of the business modeling to identifying risks to then thinking of faster ways to test your idea instead of let me build that finished mainstream product like in the Tesla example, but rather thinking differently, thinking kind of small scale to large scale. But I'm going to segue a little bit and talk about what's in the next book. So why another book? So the first book, Running Lean, was kind of all about conversation. So a big thing that I believe in is that startups are conversations, and we have conversations with many different constituents, with customers, with teams, with advisors. But the Running Lean book was mostly focused on the entrepreneur to customer conversation. So the mantra, get outside the building, go talk to customers, there's a way that you extract what they want without asking them. If you ask customers what they want, you will often be sent on wild goose chases because they often do not know what they want themselves. So there's a whole process for how you learn what they might want based on studying their behaviors, based on studying their alternatives. So that's what the first book was all about. What I found, though, is that when people came back from these expeditions, when they went and talked to customers, they came back with a lot of learning, but often the learning by itself was not enough. So I talked to many entrepreneurs, and some of them point at the book, dog-eared copies of the book. They point to their interview stacks and say, look at all the learning I have, you should be proud. And I'm very proud because it's hard to get outside the building, it's uncomfortable, and they're doing all this learning. But my next question is, so how many customers do you have? And when that number is 0, that's very disappointing. So learning by itself is not enough, it is a path to getting business model results. And so that's the thing to realize, is that in the lean startup world, we often talk about this thing called learning or validated learning, and we use that as a measure of progress. That works internally, but when you go in front of your stakeholders, they want to see business model results, and then we are left kind of spinning numbers. We take whatever numbers look the most promising and pass that off for traction. So that's not what we want to do either, because that creates this dichotomy of progress stories where on the one hand, we think we're going to measure progress internally one way and externally a different way, and we want to kind of avoid that. So that was why I wrote the Scaling Lean book. It was more about the conversation we need to start having with the stakeholders. So whether you're trying to raise money, whether you're talking to advisors, how do we talk about business model results and use some metrics, use one metric particularly, both internally and externally. So that's kind of the thing I'll talk about here next. I also found that the lean canvas by itself, not enough. The lean canvas was very good at getting the business model story out, but what it fails to answer just on the surface is your business model worth pursuing? So oftentimes you can tell a good story about the customers and the problems, you can talk about the size of the market, but in the business plan, the Excel magic wizardry at the end kind of is not represented on the lean canvas. And so I'm not a fan of doing all that Excel spreadsheet work either. And so in the book I talk about how you can take the lean canvas and extend it with something I call a traction model to begin to identify some key metrics to test whether the idea is worth pursuing in the first place. So we'll talk about what that metric here is in a second. The last goal with the book was one of identifying what's risky in the business model is something that's obvious in the beginning. So in all the examples I gave you with the restaurant and Tesla, you can figure out what's riskiest when you're starting out. But as you begin to grow your product and team, things become more murky, they don't become clearer. You start getting customers asking for conflicting things. And so there's a process for how you identify what's riskiest. And again, I cover some of those things in the book. So I know some of you've got copies of the book, so I won't get into a lot of details, but I do want to preview the first part of the book. So I want to talk about this first part about defining progress and what is that one metric that both investors and entrepreneurs care about. So anyone want to throw kind of a guess at what is the one thing that both investors and entrepreneurs care about? Money, sure. What else? And money is sure. Everyone wants to make money, but how do you make money? There's something has to happen before that. Yes?
Return? The percentage of return that you're getting?
Okay.
Getting customers.
That's close.
Success.
Yeah. Exactly. So it's growth or success. I mean, they're all kind of synonyms for the same thing. Like if you've got a curve that starts to look like this, we often call it that hockey stick curve. You're going to get a Pavlovian response from your stakeholders. They're going to sit you down and say, tell me about your business. It doesn't matter what's on that y-axis. They're just going to sit you down and have that conversation, right? It means that good things are starting to happen. You were doing nothing for a while, and all of a sudden something is starting to happen, and that gets their attention. The problem with traction, there's a traction matters above everything else. The problem is that it can be gamed. So if I show you these two graphs, most of you will prefer the one on the left because it looks like it's going up and to the right. But this is the exact same data set, just plotted differently. One is the number of signups cumulatively since the beginning of time. That can go nowhere but up and to the right. The second one is a normalized monthly sign-up rate, which kind of shows that we're not really making as much progress as the first one. But this is where, going back several years, people would play these games with investors and kind of pick those numbers and pass them off as traction. Many of the investors have become very sophisticated and they can see through this facade. So what I want to do next is really talk about what is traction for different types of business model and give you a definition so you can start to think about what is that one metric you can use this weekend and beyond for measuring success in your business model. So I come from a business modeling kind of mindset, so I like to look at the business model in terms of the things that the business model does. So for me, traction is nothing more than the output of a business model. The business model is working, we need to measure something that tells you whether you have traction or not. And a business model does three things, as you can see from this definition. It describes how you create value, deliver value, and capture value. And all of this is with respect to customers. It's not value for yourself, but rather value for customers. And that's the first insight here, is that the y-axis of this hockey stick curve has to be some customer behavior metric. It cannot be the amount of money you have in the bank, because we can get money many different ways. Some people look at funding as a traction event, and to me that's not a traction event. In some ways that's a ticking time bomb, because it's a loan, you have to give it back. So that's not traction. So the size of your team, the size of your office, those aren't traction either. It is rather this customer behavior that leads to more future business model growth that you want to measure. If we take these three jobs, create value, capture value, and deliver value, and we put them next to each other, there are two sets of equations that also have to hold true. The first one is the value equation. So you have to create more value for your customers than you take away from them, than you capture back from them. This is the value proposition equation. It should make sense. If I go to a coffee shop and the coffee is $10, I might say that's too expensive for me. The perceived value of that coffee is not worth $10 to me, and so I'm going to walk away. So you can't, that's what kind of dictates your pricing and your value proposition. That one should make sense. The second one is the monetization equation. So this is the costs and revenue kind of story. So the amount of value you capture back, which is how much you get paid, has to be greater than or equal to what it costs to deliver your product or service. Otherwise, you don't have a business, you're running a charity or a hobby. So you have to kind of think about that part of the equation as well. In the lean approach, we don't tackle these two things up front. I've numbered them. So we start from left to right. If you can't create value for anyone, you don't get to capture any value back. You don't get paid because there's no value there for the customer. So we focus on that first part. And if you can get the first part working, we then worry about profit and monetization. And the reason it's a greater than or equal to is that some of you might be not-for-profits. And so we're not about maximizing for profit, maybe maximizing for impact. So you still have to make a profit, but you reinvest that profit towards social good or something else. So does that make sense? The thing I want to highlight here, though, without kind of getting too caught up in the equations, is that there is a common factor in the middle, and that is one of capturing value or getting paid. And that, to me, is key to every business model. So the difference between a business and a hobby is that one makes money and one doesn't. And so even though your goal may not be making money, money is like oxygen. You need it to have the business kind of work and function. And so we have to worry about where does monetizable value really come from. And this is my definition of traction. So it's the rate at which a business model captures monetizable value from its customers. Now, this may sound a lot like revenue, but I'm going to say that they're not the same thing. So monetizable value is not current revenue, but rather what are the leading indicators that convert to revenue in the future. It may seem a hard concept to grasp, so I'm going to share three simple examples here, and that will extrapolate to every kind of business model. So I like to think of business models in terms of patterns. So we're not going to cover all these business models here. We'll be here all day. I'm going to share with you three fundamental archetypes of business models and how traction maps to each one of them. So the first one is the direct business model. So this is the one-actor model. So this is where you've got users that become customers. And so a very simple way to represent this is that we have got some visitors on the left-hand side. You put them through your magic black box. This is where your product lives, where your marketing lives, where your sales lives, and you turn them into happy customers on the right-hand side. So I'll use Starbucks as an example. So if you go to Starbucks, you've never been there before. I think everyone here has been there at least once. But if you've never been there before, there's something attractive about it. So you are a visitor for the first time. And the moment you kind of order something off the menu, you become a customer. So in a direct business model, the traction metric is very simple and straightforward. It's the rate at which you create customers. But the thing you have to realize is that not all customers are created equal. Some of us spend more money at Starbucks, some of us spend no money at Starbucks. We prefer other coffee shops. So you have to figure out what are the things that lead to traction. So what behaviors lead to someone becoming a customer versus not. And Starbucks studied this over a decade ago, and they began to observe some very interesting patterns. They found, so back then they were selling coffee like any coffee shop. They were essentially a coffee shop. And you go to a coffee shop to buy coffee. And so the moment that you bought the coffee, they would kick you out the store, But they realized that some people were sitting there and having meetings and spending all this time in there. This was at a time when Starbucks was not comfortable. There were no comfortable couches. The bathrooms were locked. Every time you had to go to the bathroom, you had to ask for a key, and then they would lock it back again. So it was not a comfortable place to be, but people were still were still spending time there. But what they noticed is that the people who were spending time in the store were also spending more money than everyone else. So the time spent in store correlated with money being spent as well. And that's when they had this big insight, is that what if we aren't just building a coffee shop? What if we're building a co-working space or a meeting space? And that's when they rebranded the company and invested. Of course, they ran their experiments and made sure that that's what people wanted. But then they went through a massive rebranding campaign. The third space between your home and office was what Starbucks was all about. And they invited you in and actually told you if you want to come and work here, come and spend all day here, because they found that over time you will spend more money with them. The lifetime value of a Starbucks customer, a loyal Starbucks customer, is estimated in the tens of thousands of dollars. And so once you can figure that out, you can rebrand your entire business. So they went out of the coffee business and more into the space business, into the meeting space and experiences kind of business. And so that's the thing to realize. And once you identify those leading indicators, your traction metric changes completely. And you can now make that business model work for you. So if we shift gears now to a different kind of a business model, so this is the multi-sided model. The biggest multi-sided model story is Facebook. So this is where you have users and customers. Typically the user side is free, but I argue that there's no such thing as a free user. I often will run into entrepreneurs saying we're going to do what Facebook did and give away our stuff for many years, and then we'll figure out the business model. Facebook figured out their business model from day one. So they knew that the users were not free. They were paying them with something. And what was that? Anyone? Yeah, with their data, with their attention. And Facebook was collecting that derivative asset that was a derivative currency, and they knew what the going rate for it was, because that attention converts through their real customers who are advertisers into actual dollars. So if you're in the advertising world, that would be your cost per impression, cost per click, cost per acquisition. They were kind of going market rates already. And even from day one, Mark Zuckerberg did not have his own ad-based system, but they stuck Google ads on there, and they were monetizing from day one. They went to their investors and told a very compelling story because their derivative asset was growing at a rate twice as fast as their closest competitors, and that's why their valuation was also twice as much. So again, those are leading indicators. They were not making twice as much money, but they could tell a story of how one day they will make a lot more money than their competitors. And so that's why they could tell that compelling story. So in a multi-sided model, the traction metric is that exchange rate. So you're going to create something of value. You're going to have a derivative asset, which you sometimes give away, but you have to understand the quid pro quo. It could be data, could be user-generated content, could be something else. You want to figure out what does that convert to, what is that going exchange rate, and if that number is going up and to the right, your business model is working. So when Facebook does their earnings report, they only talk about two numbers. So the first one is the daily active or monthly active users. If in a given period that number is going up and to the right, like this graph is showing, then you just know that that asset is growing. The currency that they're collecting from their users is growing. So the number of active users in this case is growing. The other number they want to report on is the average revenue per user. So if they can take that same period and figure out how much money they got as a result of that activity, so the advertisers, how much money did they get from advertisers, divide that by the daily active users, monthly active users, they can figure out what every user is worth to them. Even though they are not paying directly with money, they're indirectly worth that much money. When Facebook started, an average user was worth less than $2. Now they're in the $10 kind of range, give or take. So again, if that number is going up and to the right, then your business model is working. So those are the only two numbers they have to communicate to their Wall Street kind of investors. And on the back end, of course, you have to figure out why are these things happening. So there are a lot more metrics. I don't want to say this is all you have to measure, but this is all you have to do to communicate that traction metric or business model metric. So final example, so this is the marketplace model. It's a more complicated variant of the multi-sided model, because here we don't just have users and customers, we have buyers and sellers. So the classic example here would be Airbnb or Etsy, eBay, all those are marketplace models. Here, happiness or value is created not when you have just one side of the story. You have to bring both buyers and sellers together to conduct a transaction. If you don't conduct a transaction, nothing in the marketplace moves forward. So that's why this is one of the more complicated business models to get off the ground, not because it's inherently complex, but because you have two of everything. In a multi-sided model like Facebook, you can start with the user side because that's usually the riskier side. And once you hit a tipping point, you can then transition into the customer side. But in this case, you have to tackle things in parallel. You have to get both buyers and sellers simultaneously to come together and conduct that transaction. So what would you say is the traction metric here? So if you had a Airbnb for parking spaces, what would you measure?
Number of transactions, or
Exactly.
how that changes per month.
Exactly, right. So the answer is right there. So that key activity that's happening is when buyers or sellers are coming in together. And that's why if you look at Airbnb's kind of graphs, I don't know if this is cumulative or if this is normalized, but in either case, the metric that they're tracking, which is the number of guest nights booked, is the right one. So it's not the number of listings, because that's only one side of the story. It's rather a number of rooms that were booked. So if you are, again, building a marketplace model, don't just think in terms of number of buyers or number of sellers, but rather number of transactions. And if we do these progressive scaling up, your first goal with any of these things is to get that initial singularity moment of your business model to kind of fire, and that in this case is getting that first transaction through. So if you were Airbnb, that first air mattress that you booked was that singularity moment. Once you can do that, you want to come back and see how can I repeat that? How can I make that kind of increase in number? If those bookings are going up and to the right, the business model is working. So the reason I kind of went through all of this stuff is to talk about or share with you what traction really means, kind of give you a more concrete definition, because we all talk about traction in very fuzzy sense, in a very fuzzy sense. So given your business model type, whether it's one of these three or even a enterprise model can be extrapolated the same way, you want to figure out what is that one metric that you would go both internally and externally to your team and say if that number is going up and to the right, then the business model is working. If you can identify that one metric, it allows you to then go ahead and begin to build what we call a traction model. I'm not going to spend time talking about that today. That's what's covered kind of in the Scaling Lean book. How you take that one metric and kind of extrapolate it out, and like the Tesla story, create a rollout strategy, which is what the traction model is all about. Don't go from zero to scale, but rather go in stages and figure out whether the business model is working progressively. That's all in the next book. So we can, I don't know if we have time for some questions. But actually before,
We've got a couple minutes for questions.
okay, kind of before we go into that, I'll talk about maybe a few things. So I know some books were sent, I don't know if they've been handed out, but I do have some stickers if anyone wants. Lean Canvas stickers, I've got these, actually this is on my laptop so you can't see it, but they kind of go over your Apple logo, they glow with it. They are removable, so in case you get too worried that the Apple is something you're going to miss after a while, you can peel them off and give it to someone else. So if you want one, find me afterwards. I've got some to give away. I do want to leave one key takeaway, and then we'll take maybe a couple of questions. And what I've learned kind of throughout the years is that we pay a lot of lip service to perseverance and grit. But perseverance and grit can get you only so far when we start with the solution. So if you have an idea in your mind, oftentimes we think of the solution more than anything else than what I talked about today. And you want to kind of flip that around. So you can brute force a solution. And I often draw this, I'll share this picture or this analogy with you. When we start with a solution, it's like building a key, but you don't quite know what door that's going to open. So you've got this key, and then you start trying a bunch of different doors. And some people get lucky, and that's great. But it's not a very optimal way to go about kind of finding something that actually works. So what I found to be the key thing here is not falling in love with your solution, but rather flipping that around and loving the problem and letting the solution actually figure itself out. Once you've found a door that you want to open, building the key to that door is a lot simpler. So that's all I have. Any questions? We'll take this.
You talked before about that value equation, how you should create more value than you capture. It's just, given that everyone's got a slightly different utility function, kind of the power of brands. I don't know if you remember, like the Pokemon craze, right, where people were paying dollars and dollars for a card that cost a cent, but then that was suddenly not cool. How do you kind of put that into that concept?
Yeah, so the question was that if you've got kind of, so that's an example of perceived value. So in the value equation where you create more value than you capture, yes, we sometimes get into bubble markets, and that was a little bit of a bubble kind of happening there. If you go back to Holland, tulips were kind of the same way. So to me, those are all their risks in the business. And so if you are building if you have a derivative asset like that one, their value is perceived value, just like with coffee. When Starbucks was starting out, people said no one would buy $3 coffee, and they proved them kind of wrong. But there's a risk involved in there. And so you have to just figure out what will the market bear. And sometimes it is really anchoring against something else. So in the case of Pokemon, they are probably anchoring kind of emotion and pride, reputation, all those types of things. Collectors collect all kinds of things. But in other more direct business models, if you're in a B2B context, you're creating value. Ideally, that's making money for the company or helping them save money, and that's more measurable. So those business models are easier to explain than the one you just described. But there often is always an equation, and you want to figure out what is that going rate. And and the challenge with derivative and multi-sided models like that one is that those currency rates, just like we saw what happened to the euro crisis and all the stuff that's happening now in Britain or in the UK, but those currency exchange rates can fluctuate rather rapidly. And so that's a risk to your business model that you have to be prepared to kind of weather. Yes?
How did you apply what you wrote about to actually your book? Did you run lean with your book?
Yeah, so actually the second chapter of Running Lean is a case study on how I wrote the book using every principle in the book. So it's a very meta-recursive process. But yeah, so I didn't start off, when people write a book, they think I'm going to go on a sabbatical for 6 months and just crank away some pages. I realized that the job of a book is to share information, share learnings. And so my way to start initially was on a blog. I had no plan of writing a book, and that was my initial minimum viable product that at least showed me that there was demand for the ideas that I was sharing. But the way I then systematically wrote the book was not, again, by writing pages, but by teaching. So I went and ran workshops, first a couple of free workshops, then began to charge money for those workshops, and spent 6 months sharing everything that I was going to write about before I actually wrote this kind of a single word. And so I had written my book in slide form, and then I converted that to a book, and then that became the Running Lean book. And then even when I was publishing it, I didn't publish the whole book at once. I was publishing it 2 chapters at a time. So there's a longer case study on every step that I took, but a lot of it was kind of scaling small to large, and then doing a lot of the rapid experimentation and iteration along the way.
Let's get one more question real quick.
Sure.
How do you recommend communicating risks to investors? Because you want to show awareness, but you don't want to give them an argument against investing in you.
Yeah. So the question was, how do you communicate risk with investors? So I've actually found that you want to put investors on your side. So many of the investors want your business to succeed, and if you are the first, and the person they're looking for, people who are coachable and all of those things, but people who rather understand their risks and have a plan for mitigating them. So I would actually encourage you not to hide away the riskiest assumptions, but put it out there and share a plan for how you go test just those. So like Tesla's investors, they might have said, well, you've got to go and get a big factory, you've got to go and get all this money. And they went to them and said, no, we're actually just going to go and license this car. It must have seemed absurd because people are worried about brand and all those types of things. But to me, that's what I find to be, think of your investors as co-partners. They want your business model to grow, so share the riskiest assumptions with them and have that conversation. And the other part that I find that is key is that if you share progress frequently and regularly along the way, it's a much easier conversation to have looking at your investor as a partner than if you wait 3 months, 9 months to share bad news. It's like running late for a meeting. If you show up late 2 hours, everyone's upset. But if you're giving them 5-minute updates on how you're progressively getting later and later, people will be upset but not as upset. So I find that if you can build that mindset of investors are not, the principals in the ecosystem, they're rather partners. You can make that relationship work quite well. All right, thank you. I'll be around if you've got anything else.
Awesome. Hello, everybody. I'm Brendan. I'll be emceeing this room, Master of Ceremonies. Jason is my counterpart over in the classroom. So at 11:15 in here, we're going to be talking about how to get your first 20 customers. And over there, we'll be talking about how to get corporate venture capital. So we got a little break here for about 10 minutes. So stretch your legs, take a bathroom break, grab some more coffee, and then we'll get started again in 10 minutes or so.
That's pretty impressive.
I mean, I knew that there was.
Beautiful work, gents. Let me know if I can do anything.
Do you want to own taking care of the cards? That'd be a huge help.
I'll probably can't get. I'll just get it online. That would be cool.
I think Ash is coming from around.
And I'm gonna hop on the other. I'll try to find it.
This works. I can figure out the best way of yeah, you know what you need to do? How do you actually do it? I was going to say, definitely not going to be able to do it.
Okay, well, I would have any issues getting
the podium and
coordinated. My best friend, he's working in Austin. He's really selling now. It's like, I'm working like 12 hour days. I can't do it. So,
yeah, they won't need, but even if they do, yeah, it's just what we say.
That was one word.
So I think we'll move this back up in 10 minutes.
I asked him, he's like, we'll just say it's available. Like, whatever, we'll just be fine. You better just I feel bad, so like I don't want to waste his time or anything, you know. It take a while.
He was very detailed and going through everything. I feel like when you first see the interface, it's really nice to look at. But I think that's a bad look.
That's really, I guess,
how to actually get and how to understand feedback once you get past that I just got activated on so I really haven't yeah,
did you set up like mentoring with them?
I feel like they'll be used for a while, but since I don't really have time this weekend to get started on it, hopefully next week will still be used.
yeah, basically. Yeah. That's why I've been on like, we would have to pay them 3 times a month. So we had to do that.
I think it's in hindsight, we should have been like, hey, you guys, what else are you working on the workflow? Like, I know you got the website
Well, yeah, we were on the call, and I was like, where are you looking at? And I'm like, okay, we're actually probably in that respect, we were coming. A lot of people check. So we did talk about yeah. Yeah, we didn't talk about
but it's very basic. I think we have a couple more functionality. For instance, you can't upload the videos you have to put in SoundCloud, which is something that I wouldn't
not like
I didn't know it was
well, you're here in Austin for us.
Are you this week? Because it's convenient the link, but like every time you
He's a family member.
there's comments directly like and then you can also see the comments, which is nice, but I don't like the functionality where you automatically upload to the site as opposed to having I feel like they just they're in the very beginning. I feel like it's good. So far I like it.
right after. Yeah. Well, I think all of you we're in the process. Have part of our does everyone use it? So yeah, everything. Right now it's so what are you guys doing? Perfect.
Put on pants, right? Probably freshen up today.
I got your sales call, and then that's when I
I had a video conference yesterday, and I hadn't gotten up of it yet, right? And my boss took a video.
it's like, it's more for them.
Okay, I ignored her. I was like, I'll be right back. I was brushing my hair, put on some eyeliner and a t-shirt, using my sweatpants. Alright.
Just like, don't stand up.
Don't stand up, no. Make sure your camera's off.
But yeah, most of the developers will have mine in Europe. We have good ones.
A lot of times.
So designers I will hire.
There's the two of you then?
He has to sign about 5 years. That's like you're testing and shipping. And if I have to keep track of it.
Yep.
But like I said, he has a model that requires people on that to do it well. So we're trying to shift so we're trying to that's the thing
And you've been doing it for 4 years, you said?
I've been doing this. I've been in
So actually, well, really strong for sure. Probably not. Exciting. It's fun to try to have no, it's fun and they're trying to break out the news and online. So I don't market. I've been in Austin doing this for a year and a half. So yeah, I started as an account manager.
All right, everybody.
All
right, just a quick heads up. We're going to be starting the next session in 3 minutes.
So now I'm like, oh man, this is intentional entrepreneurship right here. Like, I got kids here.
So,
I work here. Yeah, I actually didn't know Maya been face for a living. Seen him many times over, right? There's a mentor at Capital Factory who I met with, and we kept in touch with him. Would you be interested in working on this? Okay. I talked to Maya and found out a little bit more, and it's super excited about bringing the table. Then I talked to Bobby, and we had a conversation about how we're going to network, and let's do it. So here I am. I am on this one. Oh, on this one. The 20. This is the. I think I'm going to learn a little bit from this.
That's usually
I'm
moderating a panel tomorrow of marketing and sales. I'm an idiot.
That's how I feel about Bobby. Here's experience. Here's what I know. 5 years of experience.
Awesome. We'll try. And I'm going to be here like this.
Okay, fantastic. Let's do it.
Do you need any water or anything like that?
I would love a. I can grab one after a minute.
What?
I can go grab one.
Oh, yeah, that'd be great. You want to grab 2, 1 for you and bye? That'd be awesome.
All right, everybody, we're going to get the next session started. So if you are having a conversation that's the best conversation you've ever had, you can take that out in the hall. Otherwise, let's start finding our way to seats right now.
Kind of. I'm like in a
I've always had
We have an hour and a half, so like I can. I like have like. I haven't got. I'm taking 5 classes. Every day from 9 a.m. Well, it actually
All right, we're ready to get started with our the next session. So, hope you all enjoyed Ash's talk. I thought it was pretty awesome. Really good stuff for people kind of looking for the next steps as entrepreneurs. So, for this next session, where people leave off a 3-day startup oftentimes is they have this proof of concept. They have this thing, they've spent 72 hours proving that it works, and they feel pretty good about that. Then the next thing that comes is this really difficult process of getting actual customers. And Bobby Martin, one of the guests, made the point that it's not just customers, but random customers. Not just people that you know really well. Like you can find 20 people that like live in your dorm, or that you meet for Thanksgiving or something like that. That's great. But people who don't know you from Adam, who say this is awesome and I need this really badly. So that's what we're looking for when we talk about first 20 customers. So it's a really big, challenging kind of part of the whole process. So we're going to get our two panelists up here, and I'm going to be moderating this discussion. So first of all, Joanna, you want to come on up? And I'm going to have our panelists talk about themselves. And Bobby, he's here. Like I said yesterday, he's playing hurt. He's running a temperature right now. So really awesome of him to be here. So anyways, these are our two panelists. So I want to have them introduce themselves. And yeah. So do you want to get started?
Sure.
Here, I'll let you use that.
Yeah, I'll have my own microphone.
Hi, my name is Joanna. I represent Spoke Marketing. We work predominantly with entrepreneurs. We're relatively new to the Austin scene, so we've got this great story that has resonated elsewhere, and I'm coming here to help you all as well. And hopefully I can give you some great insight into finding your first 20 customers.
Hi. So, is this on? Is it working?
I think so.
No, it's not working.
Nope.
Can y'all hear me okay?
Yeah.
Can we figure it out? My name is Bobby. Nice to meet you. I'm an entrepreneur at heart. I started my first company when I was 29 in 1999. So I'm 47 now. It's a company that provides industry profiles to sales professionals to help them prepare for calls and meetings. In 2007, I sold that company to Dun & Bradstreet and ultimately became part of Hoover's, which is here in Austin, but I'm from Raleigh, North Carolina. Since then, I've started a couple more businesses, wrote a book called The Hockey Stick Principles, and I'm an angel investor. So that's a little bit about me.
Cool. Yeah, by the way, Bobby's book, I've been reading that on my bus ride to work in the morning. Super good book. He's got a bunch of copies out here, so he will sign those for you as well. So we've got two awesome authors back to back, which has been really great. So anyways, yeah, like I said, this first talk today is about getting your first 20 customers. By the way, who here has used the hashtag 3 Days Global Roundup? A bunch of you? Cool. Who's looked at it? Quite a few of you. Awesome. So there's a bunch of pictures on there. You might see pictures of yourself, so go check it out. So anyways, I wanted to get started with, first of all, kind of talking about the role of patience and impatience. So Bobby and I did a talk yesterday, and he talked about being impatient is really important. But also, based on his research, it takes the average company about 4 months to get your first customer. So kind of both patience and impatience are necessary. So I was going to kind of throw that to you both to kind of discuss that.
Let me start.
Go for it.
So, yeah, I think that the interesting thing about founders of successful businesses, and through my book, I actually interviewed 172 successful founders, and then in-depth 15 founders. One thing I found about them, very impatient people in terms of their product management. So they work really impatiently. However, they have patience when it comes to the bigger picture, like acquiring their first customer. So they deploy something I call the 80% rule, which is basically, I'm going to make a decision fast and I might screw it up, but if I can get it right 80% of the time, that's good enough to keep moving, because any one decision is probably not going to break you anyway. It took me 6 to 9 months to get my first customer. I started selling in March for the prototype, and I think it was October, November when I got my first signed contract. And I was selling, our average price point ended up being $15,000 per year, but I was selling the product for anything I could get, $300 a year, $500 a year. Would make a long road trip to like 5 hours, 6 hours just to try to get a $400 deal. And that's kind of something we'll talk about, doing things that don't scale in the beginning. But so you have to be patient when it comes to finding your first customer, but impatient in terms of your activities. So.
I like that number. The 6 months is about what I found personally as well. It's hard, but yes, you have to keep striving and keep working for it, but you have to have a little bit of patience knowing that it's coming.
Yeah, and part of that reason with your background in marketing is because you've heard the curve from Malcolm Gladwell, not the curve, but kind of he breaks out customers into different personalities. There are very few early adopters. Most people don't want to be the first customer. They don't have the personality to try something new. So therefore, that's 1 in 20, I think Malcolm said. I can't remember. He's such a smart guy. But anyway, I thought it was 1 in 20 people have even the personality. So you see how and your product's not solidified yet. It's not good yet. And so it is tough to find that first customer. 6 months doesn't surprise me.
Speaking of that, that was the next question I wanted to ask is, we hear a lot about early adopters, and you've got this thing that you want to do, and you see all these people out in the world, and who are the ones who are willing to take a risk on this and say, I'm willing to do this even though the first version sucks, it's not good, it's buggy, but I can talk to the CEO if it doesn't work, right? Versus somebody who says they're laggard and they say, and this is the crossing the chasm, which you mentioned yesterday. It's this kind of bell curve, and the early adopters are the beginning of that, and the end of it is the laggards. And these are the people that, like, once this thing is as regular as Microsoft Word, I will try it out, but not a day before that. So how do you, in a sea of faces, how do you identify an early adopter from just a laggard or anybody else?
It takes a lot of research. I mean, it's a lot of peddling and looking and exploring. And you mentioned doing things that are not scalable. That's definitely a must, because these first people that you're going to speak to, you're going to have to find the ones that want to take this on and want to work with you as a consultant and say, here's what's going on, here's some of the things that I need. But it's really groundwork. It's really digging in and having those conversations and those face-to-faces and building that relationship with them.
Yeah, it really is. You're absolutely right. And an example of that, like when I started First Research, I don't want everything to go back to my business because I have tons of other examples as well, but it's too tempting because, you get all these emotional stories. But I remember my first customer. Well, actually, okay, so I was calling on banks at first because I was a banker, and I figured bankers would be the perfect early adopter of my product. But bankers don't have early adopter personalities. So I'm sitting down pitching to all these bankers, and they're kind of lecturing me. One guy literally just sort of gave me this, I remember he was this heavy-set guy with red hair, and he was down in South Carolina. He had this thick Southern accent, and he goes, Bobby, I just hate to see you wasting all your time with this silly thing. He said, Bobby, we are the bank. That is what we do. And I knew it wasn't what they were doing. But to find that first customer, I'll never forget it. The first customer was this guy named Bradley Thompson. He was a banker, as it turned out. But he's just got a really big personality. He walks in on this August day, so you can see I met with him in August, and we got the deal in like November, so you get something about the sales cycle. And he came in with this seersucker suit, and he just eluded confidence. And he said, what are you doing? And I told him what we were doing. And by then, my pitch got a little bit better, and that's something I definitely want to talk about. Because yesterday, I spoke over the Capital Factory, and everybody stood in line to ask individual questions. And very few, if any, people had the ability to, and by the way, I couldn't either at all when I started my company, to articulate their value proposition and what they're doing so that people can actually understand it. Half the time I was like, I have no idea what you're doing. Like, I just can't understand it. Maybe I'm incompetent, but I just can't get it. And so you have to go way up the funnel. But Bradley got it immediately. He goes, I want to buy this. He had that personality. So, and actually my first customer actually was right before him, and it turned out to be a CPA who had a big personality as well.
How did you end up finding those people? How did you specifically get there and do that and talk to them?
Well, a lot of it was scrappiness. I remember, it was definitely scrappiness. My friend who I worked with at the bank, his father was a lawyer, And he wrote all these letters to these banks to get me in the door, just to help me out. I guess he felt sorry for me. And that was nice. My very first customer is this guy named Steve Johnson. That was my first big break. He's an accountant. And he asked me what I was doing, and I told him, and he said, do you have anything on food distributors? Because I was doing industry profiles for call prep. And so Steve Johnson says, do you have anything else? I said, no, but I can get it to you. When do you need it by? And so we wrote one on food distributors, and it blew him away, and he connected me with this lady with this national association he's involved with. And that was my big break. But that just ran into him on the street.
Yeah.
So I was a real shoe salesman, peddler.
It's interesting from a marketing perspective. I think I accidentally turned this off. Sorry. From a marketing perspective, you came across as the thought leader, which is definitely when you did your analysis and then you handed that to them, that's definitely the first step that a lot of these people are taking, because you don't have something yet to give them. You don't have the research in the background. You don't have the case studies, but you really need to be the thought leader and really come across as an expert in your industry.
Yeah, I think it's critical, but you know, I don't want to get too caught up in just my individual example. To be sure, other people get their first customers other ways. I mean, there's another company called Schedulefly that I'm a huge fan of, and they provide, it's software. See, my product was $15,000 a year. This product's $35 a month. It's software so that independent restaurants can schedule their employees online, right? But most of those type of services are like integrated with point of sale systems. But what these guys did is said, let's just make something really simple so it doesn't integrate at all. So they said no to a lot of things to create a simple solution. But their first customer, let's talk about that for a second, because it's a different story than mine, I think. They got their first customer because the programmer, the genius who could program and the guy who had the idea, he's not a good salesman at all, okay? And so what he did is he went to his few of his buddies, and they used it for free. He said, just use it. And he had it running on a server in his closet, and that was the end of it. For 2 or 3, he walked around with some brochures, and no one wanted to buy it. Couldn't get any customers. So for 3 years, he was working for me at First Research as our programmer with this thing just kind of, and he was telling me about it. Hey, I can't seem to get it going one day kind of thing. When we sold it, one of the guys that worked with me, Tyler Rollman, who's also doesn't have a salesperson personality, but he's very smart. He said, why don't we get together, give me 40% of the company, and I'll go find our first customers. Let's give it a year or two and see where it goes. And what he pursued is a whole list of 10 or 15 different marketing ideas to figure out which one is actually going to work to get those first 30 customers. They knew if they could get the first 30, they could spread virally, and indeed it did. They ended up with public relations, so they got some pretty good articles. They invested a little money, maybe 15 grand into PR. Oh, and you know what else he did? He literally emailed something like 7,000 or 8,000 independent restaurants by going to their websites, finding their email address, and sending them a free trial for 6 months kind of thing. And his hit rate was like 1%. That's how he got, so he didn't build any trust. He's just a smart guy. Is this helpful, by the way, or am I talking too much? Sometimes you just have to cut me off.
That's actually a great segue into a marketing tactic as well, is marketing automation. You can find a bunch of free tools right now, and you can automate sending these emails. And then not only are you automating it, but you're getting the data on the back end. So you're seeing who's opened it, who's clicked through it, we say raising their hand, right? Who's self-identifying as even interested, who's worth a second follow-up conversation or a third. And maybe they've raised 2 hands, they've actually reached out to you. But as a really inexpensive tactic to take at the beginning is this marketing automation.
Which tools do you recommend, since you have background? Do you recommend a startup with very little funding buy a tool, or
No.
what do you recommend they do?
No. So they all suck. Let's be honest, right? They're really hard to use. They offer far too much for most of the people that need them. I don't. I say go with a free option. Get your feet wet. Start thinking about how you want to use it and what you want, and save your marketing dollars, right? Because if you get it set up correctly, which most of them will do pretty easily, even the free versions, then you'll be able to automate all of this and get the data. Later on, when you have the funding, when you have the customers, step it up. Go for something a little bit pricier, the HubSpot with the more analytics and the more integrations, the Marketos, the Pardots. But no, start
with like MailChimp?
Start with MailChimp.
Contact?
Yep. Anything that you can set up a campaign, plan it out, and then track.
I want to ask a question real quick, and this is something I know I talk to a lot of people that have this, and that is that after 3DS, things are going great. They got their co-founders, and it's like, okay, we got like 2 customers, and then we have this long gap, and like, I'm trying to push this thing, but my co-founders they're disengaged. Like I can see they're starting to lose hope. Like they're finding reasons not come and stuff like that. So how do I keep them engaged? I'm passionate, but I can see they're waning a little bit. So what would you say like to that person who says like, how do I keep my co-founders interested and excited this whole time?
Well, that's actually a great question. And each situation is a bit different. But I will say this much, is that as many stories as you can dig up, which is actually really easy. In my book, The Hockey Stick Principles, they all had revenue curves shaped like a hockey stick, kind of like he was describing. All these successful businesses look like a hockey stick, except for like 7 out of 172. Well, there's 3 years on average is how long it takes to get off of that blade of the hockey stick when revenue's low and growth is low. It took 3 years on average. And there's plenty of stories in that book about great businesses today who started out for 3 years that didn't look so great. So you can engage your co-founders, you need to show them those examples and say, this is an iterative process. Don't be discouraged. Here are the small successes we are getting. And I remember when I started First Research, I really went for small successes. I mean, I would sit there all day long looking for refreshing to see if anybody had logged in. And when someone had logged in, I would get so excited, email them and go, hey, did you find it? It worked. It worked. I was kind of obnoxious about it. But I just think you count small victories and you know that other successful businesses take on the shape of a hockey stick.
Well, I like kind of a non-startup story about this. The Beatles. A really great story is early on. So I'm not sure how many people know, but the Beatles, like, they started doing stuff in Hamburg, Germany, where they played cover shows in like a little bar, and that was like how they really got their start. And a great story about this is like before they got to Hamburg, they got Paul McCartney basically said, you know what, guys, I got a job as a groundskeeper at this church, so I'm just going to do that. Like the band thing, cool and all, but I'm just going to be a groundskeeper. And there's this famous story about how John Lennon hopped the fence and he found Paul McCartney like raking leaves, and he's like, Paul, man, like, let's go to Hamburg, let's do this thing, And it's a good example of how Paul McCartney almost said like, I just don't have the faith to pursue this, and sometimes it's just urging people on and spirit and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, and they ended up doing I don't have the number, I think it's like 900 shows before they became famous or something. Some huge number like that.
It's a quick question. For getting your first customers for a new product release, I've seen a couple different approaches. One would be, kind of as you're mentioning, letting people look at the early adopters and being very upfront about the fact that it's a new product. On the other end of the spectrum, I've seen companies that basically present it as an established solution, so that way you don't necessarily have to go for the early adopters and kind of opens your sales funnel a little bit. I was wondering if you'd comment if you've got opinion on like the merits of each approach, or if you've tried both ways.
So remember, marketing that's how I think, right? So from a marketing perspective, a lot of these startups that we work with take the latter, right? They say, I need to look like I am successful. I need to look like I am bigger than I actually am. That I've got this great product or this great service that I'm already successful with. And that is a tactic that works fairly well. Because we think of it in terms of marketing, that's generally what we suggest. I can't say that that's right 100% of the time, though. But it does. Put out a website that tells your story and has things that resonate for you. Start some outbound marketing, right? Start some inbound marketing, some SEO, and get some of these ideas that show that you are established, even though it might be you and your co-founders sitting in Capital Factory still.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think case studies are absolutely key, which of course are marketing. So I'm really big on case studies, in particular B2B. B2C, it's a little less relevant. People aren't going to read a case study with return on investment, et cetera. B2B, it's critical, but the storytelling thing, I mean, you guys have probably heard it before. It's absolutely key. But how many of y'all really execute on that? How many of you start your first meetings, face-to-face meetings? There's something we definitely need to talk about. No matter what your price point is, 99% of the time, you should be selling face-to-face for the first year or whatever to get those first 100 customers or 50 customers. And a lot of those meetings aren't going to go well, but you're going to learn so much, and you're going to have customers that are truly champions. But the thing about it is, when I go back to the stories, To tell you how important storytelling is, no exaggeration, when we were beginning to grow some, I'd hired 3 or 4 salespersons, and they were really good salespeople. And they would say, okay, we're going to go to Detroit and meet with Comerica Bank, or Microsoft, we're going to go to Seattle and meet with Microsoft. They would fly me out, okay, to go to the meeting, to only tell a 3 to 5 minute story. That was my only purpose. And they would lecture me and say, no, keep your mouth shut, because I would interrupt them, mess up their sales calls. And so they only let me do that a few times, where they're like, dude, you don't have the background, you know, like, stay out of it. Just tell your story, and that's it. And I would fly to Seattle, North Carolina, and for 3 minutes I would go, oh yeah, and then I would pretend to be engaged, but I really wasn't engaged. My only purpose was to tell the story. When people standing in line talking to me, they never started with a story. They didn't go, now granted, in that situation, you wouldn't want to see the story can be a 5-minute story or a 30-second story, but it always starts with a story, to my mind.
There's also,
Here's where I identified the problem, right? Like,
and also you have to remember who's hearing your story.
yes.
You can tell a story that will not resonate with anybody. And you find that with a lot of startups. They put it on their
great
website.
point.
They tell this story that they think is wonderful and they're so passionate about it. And they forget who's reading this, who's
Yeah.
hearing it. And it makes no sense. It doesn't resonate. So it's really important to know who you're telling your story to. And definitely these early meetings, you're going to learn really quickly how to massage and change your story to make sure it's what resonates with that person.
A really good intro I heard. Bart Bond, he was mentioning when we were in London last, the way he likes to do this is starting by saying, you know how when. And when you start with you know how when, like you're immediately engaging somebody in something. So it's like, you know how when you go to the bathroom and there's no toilet paper?
Yeah, right.
Like immediately people are like, oh God, that sucks. So like it does suck. We actually have an app that literally creates a roll of toilet paper. That's right. Okay, that's not true. But anyways, like the moment you start with that.
That's a great example.
Yeah. And what you're doing is really, you're building a foundation. And I think that people think that because they've got all this complex information, they want to deliver you the full, beautiful thing. And really what you need to do is build the first foundation. It's not a house. You don't want to live there yet. But it's like, okay, I see that something could be built on there. So give me the next part then. And then it all makes sense. Because yeah, like we were talking about the same person yesterday who approached both of us. And we had the same response. Like 5 minutes, we're just like, me, and then later on him, we're like, dude, I have no idea what you're talking about. At
He
all.
was giving us all the details about.
And it
the
made
thing.
no sense. Smart
Didn't make any
guy.
sense.
We're smart guys, but we had no idea what he was talking about.
Yeah.
The next question I wanted to ask you is kind of what it talks about comes to understanding your customers. A lot of people will make assumptions. They'll say like people don't like waiting in line, or blah blah blah, and they think that because they have this one thing that they understand your customers. So tell me more about understanding your customers on a much deeper level than that.
Personas. It's a buzzword, but everybody, it's real. I mean, there's a reason it's so popular right now. It takes your target, which you know. Say your target is a female, 20 to 25 years old, with a median income of $65,000 a year. Like, okay, what's that tell you? A little bit. Does it tell you where to find this person? Does it tell you what the person's reading and what they're thinking? Does it tell you what's mattering or bothering them, or what their pain points are? Take it a step further and build out this persona. And one persona does not necessarily go across the board. You can have 5, you can have 10, but build these out into these bigger pictures. That gives you an idea of what they're reading and what they're thinking about.
Great point. Let me ask the audience, how many of you guys are pursuing ideas that are B2C? Raise your hand if it's a B2C idea. So, how many B2B? It's about half and half, maybe a slight edge with B2B. How many both, B2C and B2B? Okay. Because identifying your market, see, like you have to focus, but with flexibility, right? Like when you're going after your first 20 customers, when you start out, you kind of pick a market, right? How many of you have picked a market you're going after? How many of you have not picked a market yet? Okay.
Do it.
Fair enough. I think it's, but the thing is, if you pick a market, then you create your sales targets and marketing around that particular market. But if you stay set on that one market for 2 years or something and not pursue others as well at the same time, then you could be missing out on the big market that's in front of you. And I think that's what the successful founders often did, is they were open-minded to the surprise market. I mean, there's a business I've just invested in. It's called My Life Site. And we were going to sell to financial advisors these reports on CCRCs, continuing care retirement communities. So we went out to all these financial advisors, and it turned out the market, they didn't really buy it. Some bought it, but it just wasn't really working. So we ended up selling to the actual CCRCs, continuing care retirement communities. And we built up 200,000 or 300,000 in revenue, and then we realized this is a $500,000 market. The market wasn't large enough, but they loved our product. And so now we're going after the consumer, which is a ginormous product. So the point is that oftentimes you're supposed to pick one market and you're supposed to be so great at it, but don't let that trip you up into thinking you have to stay on that market. It's a perplexing thing, isn't it? You know what I mean? Like, I wish I had a clear answer, and you could tell by my passion in my voice and standing up and everything that it's kind of the crux of the matter. I mean, here I am trying to sell my product to bankers because I'm a banker and figured bankers would love it. Turns out CPAs became the market that really saved me. I never would have thought CPAs would save us. And then there's this guy named Brian Hamilton that started a company called SageWorks that has hockey stick growth and tens of millions in revenue. It's just really a big takeoff. For 3 years, he was pursuing small businesses with his financial calculator, artificial intelligence for financials. Put in your financial statements, it gives you all this advice. He thought for sure it was small businesses. It turned out, coincidentally, only to be CPAs. And CPAs got him to 10 million, and then he ended up augmenting from there. The point being is that that's just key, man. Like, that process of being really good at that is focusing, but with flexibility, is a big part of whether or not you're going to be successful. Is that true?
That's definitely true. Let's get. We got about 20 minutes left, so I want to get some questions, and let's turn the microphones and use those because I know some people are having a hard time hearing back. So let's start with you.
Yeah. So you're talking about the hockey stick growth there. You know, average time being 3 years. So during those years, how did you know that it was, the hockey stick is about to come, not that actually the way I'm selling my actual product is actually just way more garbage and I'm just deluding myself. I've been, stuck in a room doing this so much, selling it so much that I bought my own propaganda to do it.
Well, I think that it's actually a great question. And then you go as well. But I think that that's a big part of what my book's about, the hockey stick principles, because how do you know when things are happening? One thing I'll say is it's starting to get easier. People are starting to call you now. The other thing that starts happening is you start earning you have extra cash left over. You get to the point that you have, not only have you made your product a lot better, identified a really good market, have more doors open, have some people calling you, but you now have excess cash, and that to me is scalability all the way. In other words, if you quit growing altogether, you would show a big profit. More cash is coming in than you're spending. And so you're going, what am I going to do with the leftover cash? That's when you know you hit it, because you go, okay, my salary is $70,000 or $50,000 or whatever you need. That's enough. I've got one salesperson. I have a little office, and now I have $100,000 in the bank. What do I do next? That's when you know that you've created a business model that is scalable and it can take off. Those are just a couple. That's just a quick answer, Joanna. And then Maya has a lot to add as well. You should be adding stuff, man.
There are also those incremental markers, right, that you're looking for along the way. So you can't just look at the big growth and ignore the little pieces along the way as you're going. From a marketing perspective, we always say you have to have a plan. You can't know where you're going if you don't have it, if you don't have a roadmap. So put it on paper, get it out there, know what you want to do and how you want to accomplish it, and track it. And there it gives you those incremental markers as you're going along before you hit this steep incline.
Yeah, I always thought business plans were a couple of years after you start, not before you start. That's when you start really that's when you read the business model generation, right? Did you have anything to add to, Maya?
No, I think that's good. You guys covered it pretty well.
So you talk about this personal selling, and this beginning piece is all about being face-to-face and the importance of that. When you are we have this digital age where you can really have pretty connected conversations with people through things that they're interested in, through different social media, through all these different pieces. So is there a balance in having that team and the people, which is probably still just you or your team that's doing it, but having really committed conversations in those areas as well? I'm the person-to-person thing, and I love it, and I love it, I love it, but that exponential growth, is there a way in the beginning to really be vetting out multiple different ways and getting that feedback on both ends?
It's dual purpose, absolutely. You have to do both. you're a proponent of meeting face to face and hitting it hard, but you have to stay in touch with these people, right? You have to know what they're saying about your brand. You have to know what kind of information is coming back to you. So my perspective is absolutely do both. And if you have to keep that internal, and then maybe you have your co-founder helping you with that, I understand. That's a great way to start. But it's definitely a conversation that needs to happen both digitally and in person.
Yeah, I agree with that. Good point. I'm glad you brought that up because, communicating on LinkedIn and through social media and Twitter and content marketing is absolutely key to success these days, and being scrappy that way as well.
Right. And it tells you a lot. It tells you a lot about what people think about you, and it's a very sometimes unfortunate platform for them to be brutally honest, but it gets to you that way.
One thing also to mention is that once you start getting to something where you're scaling and you have more people coming in, let's say like it's a lower hit rate, but a lot more people coming in, you're going to need to find new metrics to measure whether all these people are serious or not. So there's going to be people that are interested, and you're looking for certain things that you can ask them immediately and just know, should I be devoting my time to you or not? And these are things that otherwise you'd get out of a 3-hour conversation with them that you just can't do that any longer. So, and that takes some hit or miss, try some things and you realize, okay, those things don't work. And finally they're going to see, like, when we ask them like just these 2 questions real quickly, if we get these answers, we know that this person is serious as opposed to this person who's not. It just takes some poking around to get that right. But that's, I think, a really important thing for scalability.
Yeah, and when I say face-to-face, I also mean telephone conversation is the same as face-to-face.
Well, these days it's Skype, so it is face-to-face. It's like Google Hangouts these days, so it's still face-to-face. So, what other questions do we have here? I have to run all the way back to you. So. Yeah, you talk really loud. You don't need to.
So one of the most important things about the first customers for a startup is it helps you determine your pricing correctly. Like you said, you had, your first product was like $15,000 a year, but you were running around trying to sell it for $300, $400, whatever you could get, right? So is there any advice about how to get a more accurate pricing for your product from your first couple of customers so that you can keep that going and get a better market fit?
Well, I think that's part of that 3-year process of figuring out what the right price point is. But I can tell you, man, that I think when you're first starting out, if you get anyone to depart with their cash and depart with money or to get real revenue, if you're selling a product direct, depending on what business model you're using, you heard the last speaker, your various business models, but that's just great. You go with that. So you do things at the beginning that don't scale. It's called hamster wheeling the back end and that kind of thing, where you're basically just like my buddy started this company called eTail Insights, and I'm an investor in that as well. And before he had a product, he was selling it. He was selling it, and they're like, how much does it cost? $5,000. I mean, think about it. How do you come up with a price? Well, what is it a function of? If it's not a function of competition, and usually if you have a new idea, there's not a lot of competition, then it's a function of 2 things. How much cost you have in it, which is often sweat equity for programs and that kind of thing, and other overhead expenses, or how much someone's willing to pay. So that's why you're kind of like that joke of like, how much you got? Doesn't really matter, man. When you get money, then you worry about pricing later. It's exactly what I mean about in the beginning doing things that don't scale. I remember driving to Charlotte, like I say, making those long road trips for those small dollars. It's crazy as hell. I still think about that, man. I'm like, I really did that? I remember one time I left my computer and had to drive back like 2 or 3 hours.
Oh, God.
Disaster. But those are cool stories, man. They're nostalgic,
It's an interesting point because I think at times as an early stage entrepreneur, you think like if you step back, you're like I must be crazy, like
yeah.
Because like what would people say if they knew I was driving 3 hours for one meeting where I'm not going to make much money? Like this is insane, and yet you have to tell yourself like you have to be a little crazy at times to do stuff.
Yeah,
That's what's great about a co-working space like Geekdom or Capital Factor or something like that. You're surrounded by other people who are also crazy.
Yeah.
So that's really good. Yeah.
There's a mindset here.
Yeah, exactly. There is. Do you have anything to add, or should we take that?
I would absolutely be bullshitting if I had any idea on how to
Honesty
set
is
price
awesome.
point.
Okay, we haven't gotten one from you yet, so let's go back.
All right. I had a question about what the kind of balance between going after a certain lead really in high detail and doing a lot of work to maybe try to get a lead, or like your friend was saying, is sending out a bunch of different emails. So how do I find a balance and know when I'm just wasting my time, maybe spending too much time on individual customers, or if I should go broader? So I'm just kind of like for how would I get like a balance of those two things?
Yeah, that's really tough, and I want Joanna to comment on that as well from a marketing perspective. But I think she says it best, and you have to do both. It's so much trial and error. So Schedule Fly, Tyler Rollman going in there and going to all those websites. I mean, that guy, he's really smart. I mean, he went to Harvard. He's the smartest guy because he worked with me, and I can tell you he's a genius. But he just sat there, and his conversion rates were so low, but meaning 1%, if that. But then once he get 1% of people who took the free trial, and then only 5% bought. But he invested 3 months into that. But he did a lot of different marketing schemes. So he went to trade shows and didn't like it. Then he tried to blog and he wasn't feeling it. You know, it's like you have to find your groove for your price point, right?
You do.
It's a hard question. It's
You
a
do.
good question.
You have to modify it constantly too, right?
Yeah.
You can't do something and expect that to work for 6 months. There's absolutely measuring and changing and modifying your message. And say you're doing an email campaign, modify the subject line, or it's just, you have to constantly change it to make, and that's how you're going to get these points of data that are going to finally work and fit in. And that's how you're going to see, like, oh, this is working for me. Let me continue down this path. The other is...
And measure like crazy.
And measure like crazy, yeah. The other thing that came to mind is replicating. If you have one customer, how'd you do it? How'd you get the first one? What kind of conversation did you have? How'd you find that person? And is that replicable? Is that something that you could do again and speed up this process of shooting fish, or shooting an arrow and trying to hit something, right? So both changing, measuring, updating, and finding what's going to work, but also replicating what has worked, and even as much as finding the first customer.
But the other thing is, I see a lot of people who start companies and they have someone who doesn't have the skill of sales and marketing. And quite frankly, you need a co-founder that has that passion. I say skill, it's skill and passion, or passion. If you don't like doing it, get a co-founder, give up some equity. That's worth giving up the equity. I see people, by the way, giving up equity too early for those next round of employees, where I'm like, oh yeah, we need somebody to be, that'd be a poor example, exaggerating, an office manager, give them 10%. They'll be one day they'll be our COO, and they can't, it's like crazy. But when you're starting, man, you need someone who's darn good at it. A lot of this is just good execution. Let's face it.
Planning and execution, absolutely.
Yeah.
You have to plan it out and execute it.
One thing I was going to add as well is that we see pretty commonly at 3-Day Startup that people will say, we've got this thing and we're going to start with a free trial. So, like, why wouldn't anybody use it, right? It's free, and that it's not that easy. There's no such thing as a free trial, because there's tons of stuff that goes into getting all of your employees to adopt this new thing, abandoning the old thing. So I think if you're offering a free trial and you expect to get some sort of sense of usability and pricing and all that kind of stuff, what you really need to know, I think, is what is everything that goes into them adopting that free trial? Like, get a sense of, like, how difficult is it for them to, like, let's say you're trying to do it like a replacement for HubSpot or Salesforce. What does it take for a team to go in there and displace the old thing and use your new thing? How long does it take? How difficult is it to implement? Are they going to win over hearts and minds to do that? Get a real sense of what they're going through. Don't just say it's free. Why wouldn't you use it, right? You'd be stupid not to use it. So there's more to it than that.
It's not a very solid story.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
That's key to my business, is what you kind of described.
Let's get a couple more questions. I think we could probably room for 2 more, maybe. Can you shout?
Yeah. What one book you would recommend, except yours, obviously, for everyone to read in this room?
The Challenger Sale. A book to recommend.
What's the Challenger Sale?
The Challenger Sale.
The Challenge of Sale?
Challenger.
The Challenger Sale.
Yeah.
Got it.
It pushes you into a mindset that you probably aren't, or have you read it?
No, but I've heard of it.
Someone recommended it to me, and I was like, all right, I'll read it.
I've heard of it.
Holy cow, asking questions that I had never thought to ask, pushing the boundaries a little bit, and like really getting out of your comfort zone. That's my go-to.
Yeah, I do think that oftentimes founders are really good at sales. I think that because they sell their company, not their product. By the way, that speaker who just went, that guy is like, I really like what he had to say. The last slide up there, be in love with the problem, not your solution. That is just like the crux of the whole thing, because it describes in 5 words the iteration that's needed to kind of get it done. And as far as the book, obviously I like my own book, The Hockey Stick Principles, you know, because I put 5 years and 10,000 hours into writing it, and just absolutely was passionate about the process, and it's full of stories. But I just think the business model generation is just phenomenal. I mean, so many of these, the lean startup is really good, but the thing about the lean startup is that a lot of people can't create a minimum value product necessarily. It doesn't apply to all situations, but the theories are pretty good. I love the book by Noam Wasserman, The Founder Dilemmas. I love that book. He's such a smart guy. So that's another good one.
You might know this. Who's the guy that did the TED Talk? People don't buy what you do; they buy why you do it. Yeah.
The golden circles.
Yes, Simon Sinek. That's right.
I was going to say Jeffrey Chaucer, but that wasn't right.
No.
Can we get some other questions?
I'm sorry, could you reiterate?
Yeah, Mo, let's give you.
Do you have any stories of when you rejected a customer because they wouldn't have been a good first 10 customer, or
Rejected?
Yeah, you said this customer is not the right customer for where we are right now. Maybe later we'll go back to them.
Well, yeah, you mean that story I told about that man who said, Bobby, we are the bank. You know, that rejection story that you come back. Yeah, almost all banks became our customers ultimately. But all these, I got rejected all the time. But you know what? They didn't reject me like him, because that's not a good example. It's a kind of fun example. People don't usually reject you like that. That's actually helpful when people like.
What about you rejecting a customer?
What do you mean me rejecting? Saying I don't want your money, I don't want to work with you?
Not yet. Yep.
Why wouldn't I want to work with a customer? Because they have too many demands on the company's infrastructure?
Or something. Yeah, something along those lines. Maybe they would be hard to work with, or they tried to pull you in a different direction, or it wasn't.
I think I've heard some instances of people saying like, you know, like, this is great, but you're not really what we're going for, and you might kind of pull our company in a direction that we're not comfortable going in. I think I've heard like examples of stuff like that.
Yeah, I actually, I'm glad you asked this, because I think it brings up a bigger point. It's Schedulefly, the company I've been telling you about that makes the software for restaurants. They're constantly being called by larger corporations, asking them, hey, we need you to submit an RFP. We've heard so many great things about you. And they have the power to say no, not the power, the nerve, the value, the brand, to say, we'll pass. And actually, these guys are they're very rebellious, and a lot of these genius entrepreneurs are very rebellious. But what they've done is, quite frankly, they've kind of created a divided line of what they are and what they aren't. And they have so much clarity that the ones who with them, which are the independent restaurants who want simplicity, love them. So they blog about it, and they go, oh, this company called us wanting an RFP, and we said, buzz off. You'll miss your chance. Well, I don't want to work with you. The point being is you can use that to your advantage.
Absolutely.
Saying no is like saying yes to a lot of things, man. And you should, like, if you guys are like looking for really interesting kind of stuff, you asked about the best startup books. Another one's Rework. How many of you ever read Rework? The rebellious book, like.
That's a quick one too.
Kind of like them. Like, if you've never read Rework, please go read that, because they see things. They say no to a lot, and by saying no to a lot, they're saying yes to some really amazing things. And part of that is huge profits and a killer lifestyle and an amazing brand and business that's very difficult to beat. Does that help? I don't know. I digress.
It does.
I'm passionate about that stuff.
I just have to say, it is very powerful to say no, but make sure you know why you're saying no. Don't just turn someone down to like make yourself feel better.
Well, that wouldn't be smart.
That would not be smart at all. But you have to understand who you want, right? And if that person isn't a fit, then absolutely say no. And that makes a lot of sense, and it helps definitely define who you're going for and your target. Just make sure you know. You just have to.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's take one more question, then we're going to break for lunch. So you had a question over here? Yeah.
So this question is kind of coming from like the other perspective, or like the high-end perspective. I used to work as a tactical equipment manufacturer and developer, and one of the issues that we came out, like kind of ended up having was there were special force teams, or whatever you want to call them, and they were actually not coming to us because our equipment and gear was too cheap. So how would you like gauge that in terms of like price-wise? Like I'm out of Edmonton, and the company I used to work for was also based out of Edmonton, and we were designing like revolutionary body armor. So this was like, I don't know how many of you are expats or like PMCs or anything like that, but having a good quality body armor that weighs almost nothing is a huge deal. Like your traditional ceramic plate probably weighs about 50 pounds, and that's per plate, while the plates that we're developing, which are multi-hits, and I personally have witnessed them, they could take about 3 magazine clips from an AK and still survive and still function, and they only weigh 3.5 pounds. But we were getting people from like the German Special Forces, they didn't even hear about us or know about us because we were actually pricing our things too cheaply.
They didn't think the value was there because it's, well, why are you pricing it so inexpensively?
Because we were also looking at like other markets, like we wanted to look at a consumer commercial market for like, if you're to shoot against like 3-gun or like steel plates or stuff like that, it's recommended that you walk around with body armor because you never know what the ricochet can do. So we wanted to basically provide these things to commercial people as well, not just high-end military and stuff like that.
So the question I think I'm hearing is like,
good question.
The question I feel like
it's always tougher than it sounds, like when you're talking like.
And it's pricing perception, right? If you set it too low, how do you tell higher dollar customers that like, no, this really is worth you spending a lot more money as well? Let's take that one.
You want to go first?
Man, well, first, this could be so blatantly, but raise the price, right? I mean, that could, for them. Why not separate a separate business unit that is a higher quality with a bigger brand and a more prominent feel? It could be the exact same product, but it's going to tell your story to that market.
Or a slightly different product.
Okay, you're right. It could be a slightly different product, but yes, it'll absolutely resonate more with that. And talking about finding your niche, but being open to these others, very possibly separate it off slightly. Do a little bit higher elevated brand and higher elevated price and sell it that way.
Yeah, I think that's a really good suggestion. And have you tried that yet?
No. Like I don't work for the company anymore. Basically, since the war in the Middle East has turned down a bit, I actually got laid off from that company.
Well, the other thing is, it could be that their salespeople aren't as effective as they should be. In other words, that sounds like a sale, that sounds like, since you're selling to an entire army or entire division, that it's a pretty large sale. And part of that is their articulation of their value. In other words, you know, can they sell? I mean, really sell.
Our equipment by no means was cheap. For example, like for a set of 2 plates, that was still around.
By the way, I'm going to time out. We've run a little over time. This sounds like this could turn into a one-on-one conversation. So we're going to break. You guys can chat, and we've got our next panels are going to come up at 1:15. So I'll just talk about this real quick. So we've got lunch, and then what we've got coming up next. Thank you. What we've got coming up next of all is let's see. We've got what's that? Wireframe. Yeah, we're going to be announcing the Wireframe winner, and then we've got a talk in here about getting into an accelerator, which will include a live accelerator interview, which is going to be really cool. Some awesome people on that. And then we're going to have building a killer landing page with Diego is going to be in the room across the hall as well. So let's check that out. Let's get some food. And in about 10 minutes, we're going to have our Wireframe team come out, and they're going to introduce whose app they're going to be spending the next 24 hours building. All right?
Yeah, and also if you want a copy of my book for free.
Yeah, Bobby's book's over there.
I'm going to be back there signing them if you'd like a copy. I only have so many, but I can mail you one.
Thank you very much. Awesome. Good job,
Hey, you did such a great job. You're excellent.
Bobby, thank you so much.
Of course. Thank you.
Awesome panel.
Thank you.
Nice meeting you both.
So much fun.
Yeah, it was awesome to listen. You sound better than you did yesterday.
I did?
Yeah, you mentioned the book.
I felt terrible this morning. Could not get out of that, and then it's funny how journalists.
I would go ask them. I'm not
myself. When I walk in, I start seeing people.
Right. It's good.
Yeah.
I'm excited to read the book.
Thank you. Thank you, Jack. Yeah, come get a copy.
We'll do it.
Thank you, man. Appreciate it.
Yeah. 40 jobs taken out of your wages over the next 40
Yes, we all will. And then when I come,
It's fascinating. It was called
Man, you know, we have
my suggestion was wasn't to this TED Talk. I sat here and listened to it. It was really interesting to hear how to change your perspective. And really, why are you doing what you're doing? It's not how you're going to do it. Why? What do you passionate about? Why? It really is.
Don't anyone ever get it. You gotta do both. You can't buy that. 99 cents.
Yeah, like I am a myself.
Oh yeah, there you go. Yeah, hey.
How are you?
My boyfriend and her partners right now.
Can you write a sign?
Okay, I'm gonna go back. I'll answer you guys' questions. Keep my part.
And you can answer it.
Yeah, last night. Yeah, I missed that.
How about that?
Thank you so much. I flew in from England game for yesterday.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Dude, that's awesome. I just watched Wimbledon this morning.
Yeah,
Yeah, it was really cool, man. That was awesome. Cool, I'm gonna go back there. I'm gonna take this. Y'all follow me if you have questions, and I'll answer them there.
The influx of what I'm doing right now is sales. I'm a marketing person. Sports marketing, I work in
yeah, no, you can tell. I'm
they're
asking you.
different though. So it's like a different mindset, right? Marketing and
Dark
sales.
side of psychology.
Yes, I
Human
joke.
behavior, habit, addictivity, yeah, exactly.
I joke I have a psychology degree from business
No,
school.
for real. That's where the dark arts were created.
Yeah.
Like in the late 50s, whenever those two fields.
That's funny. But yeah, so I'm reading sales books. So the Challenger sales one, the one I just started is the 4-Hour Work Week.
Right.
Everybody loves it.
Your efforts
Yep,
throughout the week.
exactly. And I've also been listening to podcasts. So Malcolm Gladwell has a new podcast.
Right.
So let me be honest. I don't read. I listen. I'm a listener. I use Audible like a religious
I know. I've been blowing that up lately. It's crazy because to be able to buy all these different books and just it's so much easier
Put 'em on in your
to take in data. But I've also learned that I don't affect
Retention is less.
Yeah, exactly. I've noticed that I have to go back to certain chapters.
That's a nice thing. You got the back, but because I realized they just drifted off for 5
Yep.
minutes.
Yes.
Yeah.
That is very true.
But then, whereas a book, you see the chart, you see the diagram, you see the equation or the assignment, and you can actively, do it. Whereas when you're reading or listening, you're only kind of doing something else, and it's hard to go back and effectively.
That's true. That's very true. Showering. That's why I put them on. Like brushing my hair. But listen, I listen to a lot of things. Malcolm Gladwell's huge in the industry. And yeah, he's the 4-Hour Work Week guy.
He's got a podcast too.
Yeah,
I haven't listened to it.
apparently he's got a release rate by the end of the week. He's got about 2 million listens, and then within 6 months to a year, he's got 6 million views on it. So he's benchmarked as like the best podcast content generator. The quality of his content.
That's surprising.
I don't want to bring up exactly. Just recently, can you just tell me the last couple of weeks?
That's awesome. I'll have to check it out.
Well, no, I don't.
Yeah,
But
podcast.
he shared a file with you, and we don't want to leave the fact that you can upload a certain amount. It's going to be never have time to see everything. So it's just playing in the back.
You gotta show that off. You gotta show that off. Like, what's the point of paying for it?
So are you sure you want to do this?
I got it actually.
So yeah, or you share
Those were, I sing along language psychology.
Anyway, there's what he shared with me.
I will. I'll check them out. Thank you.
Wait.
Anyway, enjoy the rest of your day. Nice to meet you.
It's not.
This is not the master deck. Is it a master deck or? Hey Maya.
Yeah, it's like that's like a master deck.
As long as it's like next to that.
Are you doing just listening? You doing stuff?
Yeah, especially once we get rolling. And I think there's still time for sure in the fall to start playing in our programs. Like, I'm expecting.
So you're from here, right? So you know, that's like, do you have any like What's that?
Oh. Yeah, so,
I know what you do.
That's okay. No, I'm sorry. Not a problem. I talked to those guys. I think I'm running it like 6 times today.
I'd like to go through what you're finding yourself.
Last night.
Probably will align very well with what you're.
We were all at that meetup.
But just
Like for some stuff, we like.
No, I was doing alright. I don't know. I have to pick and choose who I mingle with because I like run out of social energy fast. So if it's just something I'm doing now, I'm like somewhere between.
When you're big time, you use Wireframe.
The last time I tried Wireframe, you made fun of me, so. I'm scared.
I do?
He's gonna make fun of you.
Have
No, I know.
It's inevitable.
But it's just like, it's like playing on my insecurities, so. That's what he does best.
Does this look good?
I came in and you guys. I talked to them for they have like within my hour. I got to. I don't go to networks. It's so hard.
So what is it?
Are these people
Really? That's the only thing that's exactly what I'm thinking. So as long as things are bad.
I mean, I was gonna say, okay, fast forward. I'm gonna just wait for the announcement that I'm going off.
I mean, we do have an extra like 2 inches to make water now, so.
You and all
Yeah, anything above 20.
was yesterday.
Oh, no, you're fine.
Yeah, I've heard a couple people like, they can't read that. Like, I didn't want to spend the extra time. You can drive back and forth, you have to take into account how much
So is it after getting into the drive?
This is gonna happen like right now.
What's the mindset of it?
Some point when they're
I'm far too busy, my notes are valuable.
I got him at 7:30 because I had to be here early. He texted me and said, hey, we're heading out to can you do this so I can spend
and a lot of people
like,
okay.
My wife's pregnant right now, so she's like extra needy. Well, like normally I do it.
Hey, Carly.
It's like different story.
Okay, yeah, so we can do it last like 18 Monday morning.
Doing some stuff.
Yeah, so I've been here about a year now.
I just got here today.
Hey, how are you?
And I work actually at Capital back in St. Louis. It's where our office is.
So,
We're here
anyways, yeah.
kind of telling our same story, but in Austin.
So I'm sitting on a So,
What's going on?
okay, so,
They will tell you
are y'all more like smaller boutique service? Or?
Exactly, yeah. So we've got 18 full-time, yeah, and national companies, but interim campaigns. So we have to make sure everything kind of works together.
I know when you were
I
talking
told her, well, because she's been texting me, so I'm trying to
I do.
I'm like, come here at night. When we start to meet the part, we stop by, you can say to be here for a while. I need to be here. Like, I've learned a lot already. Like, national talking, I was like, that was like, okay.
So we did this summer internship. It's paid. Right? And it gives you kind of a real world experience. Let's keep in touch.
No.
I would love to have an awesome.
There's my card. If you have one, yeah. Y'all go ahead and talk when you
Yeah.
Okay, I'll grab a card.
Okay, cool.
Fine, okay.
Yeah.
Hey, are you doing that? It's a pleasure to meet you. Sorry.
I think the logistics is
they start being
It was the actual talking about it. It's just kind of like situation
That's exciting. I mean, we were trying to track your,
like I used to work for companies that were 2 grades. So
finally, like, maybe just give up everything and we're gonna try and be really for that reason.
Everything that was called that's basically the little minor print thing that make
and I've heard this story forever.
you don't really that can be subcontract.
They don't know why. I mean, medical science.
I was just talking about them to see the process. And they were just like the whole process. They were actually
so they like here's how these things happen.
especially how tight it was, how well it performed and everything. Like they basically just gave it once a year for free for the job. Like they run kind of shit. Like you don't care, drag it by a truck. They were really they wouldn't even.
Well, at least last night I got to sleep. Yesterday. That's why I was kind of sitting at the bar and I was like, I was like
17. That's just a platform of your body. Yeah, that's a big unit. And they were saying that was too cheap for them. I guess around like $2,000 plus. It's like, especially like when you start getting into high-end military equipment, it starts costing.
That's what you would say. And being like,
Just by pricing on it automatically thought.
Yeah.
Well, the secret is just like
I personally never witnessed this body armor handles that type of use. It's astonishing.
It's bizarre the mindset of these people, right? Like, oh, you're too low, like, no.
So you've never really experienced any issue?
From a marketing perspective, I absolutely have. From our internally, yes. Even so, I have a good relationship with the and they sell too low.
I can't beat baby.
Well, there's also this mindset they have to.
That's possible.
I'm looking and I'm talking on price, or I'm talking, I've got X, Y, and Z from a competitor. Well, what are you going to sell? If you're selling on price, probably not.
Yeah.
I hope this makes sense. I feel like this is a convoluted way to get to my point. Anyway, what I've experienced is that they can go in and say, in this,
I'm not gonna be like
the mindset of buyers. You might think it's
It'll be like, I'll be like the groom at a wedding. Hey, good to see you.
See you later. In their perspective, they're going the other way.
Maya, have a quick question and favor.
Question and favor. Yeah, favor.
But my
Can you get me later, like the contact of Bobby Maurya? Yeah.
You just contacted him?
Yeah.
Yeah, or else you could ask for him.
Yeah.
He's probably swamped.
If you were
Yeah.
the
So like start like a second.
Yeah, if you send me an email,
Yeah, so here you've got your umbrella brand, right? Here's the company.
Yeah.
Here's the
His
product that you're
page,
selling.
even though it's on the other one, but I asked him, it actually inspired me because that's what I'm facing right now with my company.
Make it look bigger and better.
We're moving. So he actually hears it and lives it, how I'm like celebrating and complaining, but like it's about patience. So yeah,
Patience thing.
yeah.
You moving these guys? And this is our really good. Hey, you guys
got a question.
Is there somewhere you can go with your key to get it?
Yeah, if you want to dig around in the kitchen.
Yeah.
It's starting from 35.
I think I'm starting to work hard for that.
I will feed the toast. Thanks, man.
And it's so much better.
I'll go with you.
Training for that would be
Is that like already planned, right?
It's past for now. I think we're going to re-up more to like what he was. So we'd love to have you. That'll be cyclical. Yeah, that'll be cyclical. I'm going to find my wireframe team. Oh, there. Yeah.
That wasn't resonating with their buyer.
So Yeah, I'm still figuring out how to talk about this with y'all.
Mark it up. Elevate the brand and mark it up.
It's right on.
Get out of there.
Somebody came up to me this morning.
Otherwise they're
So
gonna
when
keep
did you
I
get
got
my
you
idea for this wireframe?
I really like the.
Like 2 weeks ago.
Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Let's get Steven.
You have a marketing agency, right?
Yes.
They're everybody
right there
talks
by
about
the
success and
corner.
great stories and all that. But we all know that a client that you have to I want to have the target key and pull the plug. It sucks. Or, I mean, you know,
Nicely, you suck.
it's right. It's not, I mean, validating or whatever. When does that happen, or how do you? I mean, when do you assess? Because you're iterating the strategies, you're changing. I mean, you do like all the automated marketing, inbound, outbound, and you try everything. And sometimes what I've seen is you get results, but not stellar results. So you're just
like right in back.
You're kind of short.
right. So at what point do you go live? No. Obviously, you never want to say that to a client. Of yours, I understand that. From the marketing perspective.
What are we announcing?
So the question is, when do you pull the plug on marketing, or when do you pull the plug on the client, on the prospect?
Well, I mean, when do you pull the plug on marketing and pull the plug on the company? That's the way. I mean,
Yeah, why don't you
you cannot pull the plug on marketing and keep
Yeah, you want to go grab
pulling the plug on marketing means pulling the plug on the company.
Agreed. Yes.
Yeah, so the stage.
When it comes to a client, if they're, man, I love firing clients. Love it. Like, I'm not a good person to ask about this because
That's fair. I mean, you're in the business.
Right? If they're fooling you and they don't understand the value of our company or the value of what we're delivering, or they want to fight us on price and everything, and dime us when we are a B2B, so we absolutely don't behave that way. And we usually over-deliver because we have like a soft spot. But when we find that, you start getting taken advantage of, and you start not understanding the value. Like,
Okay, I mean, when do you tell your client the product is not good enough? Not when you fire them.
Got it.
It's when you're like, hey, we've done everything we can, and it's not, the product's not gonna.
I have not been in that situation.
No?
We have been in one where, specifically one where we've had to modify it. We've changed the pricing model, we've changed their offerings. They sold, are you familiar with Blackboard? It's a student portal for college students.
I'm too old for that. I'm familiar with it.
Okay, so they were a Blackboard competitor, but for law school specifically. So it was called My Law. They did like seating chart generators, they did private tests and grading, and all these things that law schools needed. But it wasn't working, right? It wasn't quite right. They built it for one person, and they're like, oh, well, now we can sell this to every law school. So we had to have a come to Jesus and say, look guys, this needs to be modified. You need to change this. You need to update the story of this story. And ultimately that works. But we've never actually said, you're selling this shit. Like, it's never going to work.
When you have a marketing agency company, like, what are you focusing on?
So we focus on tech. We focus working for entrepreneurs. We talked about this fucked up mindset. They're all a little bit screwed up and works for us.
I just launched my startup like 2 months ago, and I have like 3 customers, but now I'm in the point where I need to get more customers. I'm trying to organize like the process and like co-founders, like motivate them. Because I talked to Maya lots of them.
Are you here?
I don't know. I like the reference.
Geekdom.
What is it?
Geekdom, like the capital factory in San Antonio.
Okay. So, do you know who you're trying to reach?
Yeah.
So you know who you want to target. What kind of tactics are you taking to get there?
Facebook, social media. So basically what I do is a social shipping platform. It's kind of like a Uber, like for shipping. For international shipping.
Okay.
So right now there's a lot of people traveling from San Antonio to Monterrey, Mexico. So make money while traveling to your destination. That's what I'm doing.
Interesting. Okay. Have you followed the business models of any of these other companies that are similar to that?
Yeah.
Like Brody, kind of?
Yeah.
It's the one that comes to mind.
Yeah, no. I was here for the saw my servers, and I saw Road, and I was asking a lot of questions, you know, like, so how do you do withdrawals and safety and all this? But I didn't say because
Sorry.
my company is called Maurya.
I didn't just
but I didn't say why. I was just kind of like.
So you're B2C, right? Digital. Your best bet is digital.
What are you gonna?
These like lead generation campaigns and these high impact things are a waste of time for these.
Also, I don't know your company. Are you guys relocated here in Capital? You want to do this thing first? Okay, I'm gonna be coming here on Tuesdays. Do you have like 30 minutes to talk?
Later in the week? I do. I don't on Tuesday, unfortunately. How long will you be here?
So I live in San Antonio, but I come back and forth out.
Let me check my car. Give me a second.
All right, thank you very much. Cool, so the next thing we're doing here is we are announcing the winner of what we call the Wireframe competition. And I want to say, first of all, we have really sucked at communicating this. And I know that because people are like, hey, when do I submit my idea? Thinking it's like a standard 3DS type of thing, and it's quite a bit different. So the motivator behind this is we have lots of people saying, I have an idea, but I need somebody to build my thing for me. And we wanted to come up with a solution for that. Now, a wireframe, how many people here are familiar with a wireframe? A bunch of you? Yeah. So one thing that a lot of people don't know is that a wireframe is a really amazing tool that you can build without even knowing what an HTML tag looks like. You can just put it all together, and it shows a logical flow of what your app, your service, your website, whatever, is going to look like, how it works, all that kind of stuff. And you can do this without needing any kind of technical expertise whatsoever. So we've had a bunch of people submit wireframes, and the idea here is that we have our team of hackers who are going to spend 24 hours building this app for somebody. We can't guarantee that the whole thing is going to get done or that it's going to be the most amazing thing ever. Also, what I can say is a comparison that my friend Gerardo once made that I thought was really good. Yeah, you right there. Made the point that like the first version of this that you build is going to be like a house. And it's going to be very simple, and a couple people can live there. But if you want to scale up to millions of users, your house is not going to work. But not only that, but you're probably going to need somebody who can actually engineer a skyscraper, not a house. And I thought that was a really great analogy. And I'm sure that if you looked at like Uber or Airbnb, they're not using the same stuff that they used the very, very first thing that they tried. They've done new things and all that kind of stuff. So we're going to announce the winner, but before that, I want to introduce Professor Andy Zimbroff, who is going to talk about some research that a lot of you are very familiar with, but have probably never heard from him what that actually is. So Andy, I'm going to give it to you.
Thank you. So I'm Professor Zimbroff, and I'm the Director of Research at 3 Day Startup. And part of it is, those of you that participated, you know it's awesome, and it's a lot of fun, and you learn a lot, but it's hard to convey that to people that haven't experienced it. So a part of what we're doing is trying to collect as much data and information as we can, so we can share that with others of what we're doing and what people get out of these weekends. So we're doing, and right now we're trying to ask you to help us out to improve 3DS for future participants and just bring it to more areas by telling us what you've done since participating. So we have a very short survey, it's about 5 minutes, and if you could fill that out, that'll really help us like shape the future of 3DS. It's online, so if you go to this link, you'll be taken to a survey that you can fill out like on your phone or on a laptop.
Yeah, I got things to say. This gentleman participated in 3DS about 6 years ago, and now he's Dr. Zimbroff. But I know him when he was a ridiculous 3DS participant, much like yourselves. So, he is part of something much larger we're doing that we care about. Entrepreneurship education is pretty much still in the dark ages, and this is because it is trafficked by institutions that believe in outdated things, like summer. Summer is when you're supposed to go home and work on the family farm. And that's why summer exists inside of educational, academic institutions. Well, things have changed a little bit, and 3 Day Startup is trying to make that change. To do that, we need data. And what Dr. Zimbroff is driving with 3 Day Startup is helping us capture that data. So from the bottom of our hearts, it would be incredibly appreciative if you could help us grab this data to tell that story, to continue to change the conversation about how entrepreneurship is learned. So thank you very much. Cool.
Awesome. So again, this information is incredibly valuable to us, and it helps us tell our story a lot better. So with that being said, I'd like to introduce Steven, and he is going to announce the winner of this wireframe competition and tell you who's stuff they're going to be building for the next 24 hours.
Hey everybody, first of all, great to see everybody come out to the event. Just awesome to see how many people are excited about building a startup. As part of this weekend conference, we wanted to actually create something, right? So we assembled an elite team of hackers, and we wanted to build an app from someone at the conference. So everybody submitted, we got a lot of submissions for ideas, and we put in some times reading through the applications. And honestly, the thing that I wanted to say before anything else is that the submissions were all awesome. You guys should be really proud of yourselves. Just because we chose one app doesn't mean the other ones aren't great. So that being said, I want to introduce our hackers first. I'll start with myself. I'm Steven. I'm an iOS developer. I started a company here in Austin back in October. It's called Space Boat Development. Like spaceship, but a boat, a space boat. So if you guys want to say something, otherwise I can just go through the introductions.
By the way, Steven developed an app that's getting really popular. It's called Log. And what it is you can log how much money you're making on salary while you're in the bathroom and doing your business. It's taken off. So I couldn't let you escape without talking about it.
Yeah. I actually just added in a feature. It's a global chat. Up to 30 people can enter the chat room. I call it shit talk. So yeah, I'm an iOS developer. Haven't been doing that my whole life. I was previously a materials engineer. I worked at Texas Instruments. I would wear like the full body suit, work in the clean room, building integrated circuits. Don't do that anymore. So that's me. Frank, do you want to say something?
Yeah, sure. Hi everyone, I'm Frank. I'm currently a software engineer here at Dell, but I came to 3DS back in November 2015 with a crazy idea with me and my roommate, and we never thought it would actually, even get voted on or even get any attention, but it caught on, and now we're doing it 5-6 months later, and we're about to break even soon. So yeah, kicking ass, taking names, love 3DS. It's a great program, and really happy to be here and be part of this hackathon. So awesome.
Hello, my name's Toph Mata. I moved here from Orlando, Florida, about 3 or 4 years ago for a mechanical engineering job. After taking some time working in that career, I realized that I didn't really want to do that. So that led to me learning iOS development on the side. So now I'm doing iOS development, participating in this hackathon, meeting a lot of people, and eventually going to make that my full-time career. So if you need an iOS developer.
Hi, my name's Sean Hoey. Like Toph, I got into programming as a second career. I was in the hotel, and like Steven. I was in hotel business, actually, hotel management for a long time, and have just gotten into web development, and just excited to be working on this app.
He's got some funny stories about Justin Bieber visiting his hotels. That's a whole other thing, though. We have 2 more hackers. They're not here at the moment. One is Bob. He's also, like Sean, like myself and Toph, he's a recent convert to being an app developer. He's a back-end guy. Previously, he was an ER surgeon, so that's kind of a big change. He's a very smart guy, so excited to be working with him. And then Zaid, who is also another 3DSer, works with Frank. He currently works at Dell. He's going to help us build the Android side of things, so excited to get rolling. That being said, let's cut right to the chase. Like I said, all the submissions were really awesome. We worked through them last night at the happy hour, discussed which ones we thought would be the most fun to build, which ones would look the coolest when we're done, which ones are going to kind of challenge us the most. That being said, we chose an app called Glow. As the creator of Glow. Congratulations. You want to say something about that?
Say something.
Yeah, say a little something.
Okay.
Prepare your speech.
Thank you, first of all. You have no idea. Thank you. I'm so excited about this. We care so much about what we stand for. Thank you. I should probably stop now. It's just gonna be
They don't know what your app is.
Oh, right. Okay.
You're doing something really important. I think you should tell people what it is.
Hi. Okay, so my name is Maurya Woods, and I just graduated from Trinity University in San Antonio, and my co-partners and I are working on designing an app to help college students party safer and smarter. and particularly by helping them get home safely, because we know that college is all about spontaneity and having fun and being carefree, but getting home safely should never be left up to chance. So that's what we're working on.
Yeah, so we're excited to get rolling on that. If you guys want to visit us, we're going to be in that glass cage of emotion in the back corner. You can stop by. It's like a zoo. You can tap on the glass.
Are y'all gonna sleep at home?
We'll see.
No.
If there's enough coffee, no. Yeah, I didn't sleep my last hackathon, so.
Cool. Awesome. Congratulations, guys. Excellent. Congratulations. Yeah. So they're going to go and do their thing. Enjoy the rest of the food. We'll get started again at, I believe, 1:15 is the next session. Wasn't that great?
Yeah. He got clean the heck out of it.
Oh, look at you.
Yeah.
That was very thoughtful. Thank you, Jimmy.
Yeah, I took it because I didn't want to leave it up here and have someone. So.
I can see you like licking the microphone.
Yeah, right.
So
the book was very much in demand.
People love, by the way, and what's cool is I've had people who are in the other session who are like, who's the guy with the book? I just like, somebody just told me about that and I need to go talk to him, so awesome.
I had tons of great conversations.
It's been so cool. Yeah, yesterday's session was great, this has been great, so yeah, a lot of good stuff.
Yeah. Good questions. I love the energy.
I know, yeah.
And Joanna was great. We were the perfect, because I have a totally
You're not
different
overlapping.
background. Right.
Yeah.
It's not like both of us started a company. Both of us are marketers. She's got that professional marketing advice. I've got more winged advice. It was good. Thank you.
Yeah, for sure. No, it's oh, those are good.
I nailed it.
Oh, you totally did.
Oh my god.
You really got the
Perfect
emotion.
setup. So,
did you see this?
No, with motion. So they go at one.
Like even like a stop animation. It's just like,
that's awesome. So she just ran out on the phone and she's like, I won! Oh my god, Mom, I won! Freaking out. She's like running in circles on the beach. And I was like, yeah, that's awesome. Super fun. That's good.
That we should turn that into like a gift.
I wish I had the GoPro.
That was one.
Oh my gosh, yeah. Like, just kidding. We just want you to be excited. So look,
they're going into the room. Yeah, they're gonna spend the next 24 hours.
Which one was it? The writing one?
They chose glowing. Okay. Yeah. So that was the leading one for a while, and then they just kind of spent a lot of time.
So someone asked if they would be willing to print more shirts and sell them, and I said I can't say yes or no, but and I said if we did, I don't think we would try and sell them at like $25 something where it's like we're making money, but we would need to know that we get at least.
I think the tricky thing is logistically we would have to bring them back.
Yeah.
I don't know if we can do it. But it's good to know that that's.
So we know at least for next year, especially, shirts need to be. I think probably yesterday a lot of people saw the shirts but thought that that was a special part of the shirts, not the only way to get it. And so we didn't really communicate it.
This was a very late.
Oh, I know.
We decided on this like Tuesday.
And that's what I told them. I was like, it wasn't. We weren't going to do shirts, and we thought like we need to do shirts. It's a good idea, and that was the idea to make it special. We need to watch it make it. And sorry if you didn't get to it.
It would have been 3 times as expensive.
Yeah. Oh yeah. If it worked out great, if not, she didn't seem like she would have been upset.
Yeah. Find who can I take? That guy's, I can take that guy.
It's small, that's small.
Yeah, that guy looks like he's doing it. Okay, I'm gonna go join the team, alright? I think she's talking very excited. I think she called the Roundup.
I feel like we got a lot to live up to.
Mine is awesome, right? But definitely. So what it is, it's basically 2 parts. One, build a process.
Freaking out right now.
It helps hold you accountable. The second part is
Let's get you guys back into the aquarium.
Yeah, into the
Yeah, into the aquarium.
fish bowl.
and like
Can I get a picture with him on the?
Yeah, we can just do it. Oh yeah, you want to do it in front of 3D? Yeah, that's fine.
Or they call and say, are you okay? And if you're not answering, everybody listening.
Bob didn't want to be a front.
Yeah, dude, like, if I told you that I was going out to, 6th Street, my hey, your kids, and I'm like, not answering my phone, that's probably not a good situation. All the hard work that came out of that. You can set it once and just say every day, 2 a.m. or you can do like individual outings. You can have like a default. But I mean, if you try to get a notification, and then they're like, yo, what's going on? You're like, yeah, yeah.
Oh, hello. Bob, you missed your priceless.
Oh, thank you so much. Thank you.
Let's get you all. Let's get coders.
Thank you.
I'd like to eventually finish by year 5. I think you do it by working for a set of companies here in town as our career development I knew some outside of Grenadians, we call it, that have non-charisma. I know. That's the only market that's not capped, right? You can't get we're going to try to do because we're working hard. So, yeah, I think be worthwhile. It's like it's that whole thing. We're going to kind of this big, like, information on kind of how I went for free because I gave away free. I actually see like types of panelists like touch content. This is much better. People are more to pay a lot to go to that. So what they're trying to figure out as far as their market share. It was just and you would lose them out. Actually, the only thing I love about those is doing the whole wireframe. Yeah. Pull them up the wireframe too, like app. That's really smart.
Question for you. Well, I should have covered. The survey said 1908. Is that
You look like you're at least 2. No, underage survey.
Terms and conditions.
Actually, I haven't
Charges and adult.
yes, but I still don't have.
Very different that way. Well, yeah, secondary is beautiful. Yeah, I went just fine.
see, I can't go to UT. UT's university. Can't do that.
But yeah, I think
I know he's gonna do that anyway. Hey, Mr. James. Were you 3S or something? No, he's 3S or OG. Actually facilitated the OG. Yeah. On the back, but you know. What's going on? Are there a lot of other tech startups or just I literally oh yeah, he did. Somebody else he was telling me about. Yeah, he was like, I haven't seen him. I haven't seen him in a while, and I just don't want to go.
How do you do this one customer?
Yeah, he's part of the
Man, I can't remember what I did. Yeah, I was in
do you know when you're starting this idea? Before you go out and waste why don't I do your babysitter? Either way, I think they'll agree with this. So I just got here. Thank you so much for being here. You're allowed to sell. Because your stuff is
Who made the survey? The order of the survey is like on one question it's like the top one is a green, the next one the bottom one is a green. It's really hard to force you to keep reading. No, it's hard to
It's great. It's a better product. It's more different that way.
Like no one would have been better. Did you like have to do a write-up of like what, like all what it was? I know, like they come through, like I said, like I literally almost cried. Like, I could tell like how excited.
So he was
just standing in the back.
and then really finally announced it. We tried a few different ways, like 2 or 3 strategies, but without one else. Yeah,
I'm really happy to hear
He's a great guy. Super short. What do you
I get into an accelerator.
I'm gonna get on in 10 minutes.
Yeah, I would want
I had no idea to that call either. I'll do 10 minutes, 5 minutes. Just put a timer up
really cool that this is the
So anyway, I'm going back with the beginning.
Yes. Yeah, it's had our office there. She had their
Hi, man. How are you? Good to see you. Good to see you. Thanks for having me. Good. Everything is just going swimmingly so far, so I'm a little nervous because maybe something's broken by now. Got it down to a T, man. Got it down to a T. Never want to be
That's
that
hilarious.
How you doing? I'm good. Thanks for doing this. Good. Good. So,
No, man, things are well. We had a great turnout at our little kickoff thing last night. We got folks from 9 countries here. And amazing.
how many people? How many?
130 or 50, something like that. So, it's about like we hit our goals, so we're pretty pumped about that. And they're all like super pumped and engaged. It's a really cool thing.
What's up, man? Good to see you. Good to see you. Good to see you. For everything, man. It's good.
Sorry how the line got
I told who's fun. I follow up and know how to do more like some things that were a little searching back and so to see if
Thank you for like
even it wasn't
like it's like, oh, I think college. You guys are there. Don't get too
I feel like it's alcohol. Shane, you just need us right now.
Yeah, there's food off.
It seems like JD's getting bored.
makeup done and all that. video. Not a video, but you showed me we're going.
Yeah, I think they're back here. What are they found overwhelming evidence that like the things that do right is that they feel unsafe or they don't how and not and so the way so the app makes something
Alright everybody, this is your 15-minute warning, but the sessions are going to be starting in another 15 minutes here. So we have applying to an accelerator in this room, as well as something else in the other room that I can't remember right now. But it's going to cover me building a landing page. Yeah. It's applying to an accelerator.
And it's not like
It was like 1 week before the project started. So we were trying to get like extra people. You know where so we're a little bit extra. I know from talking to a lot of people, a lot of stuff about Accelerator. I think one of the funniest comments I've ever had. I was in Edinburgh, Scotland. We just wrapped up, and this guy asked me. Yeah, like it's like a seminar. It's like five. Text messages, like why can't these are extremely hard. So there's a lot of misunderstanding. You're not working your part-time job anymore. It's like, I'm sure you come and people ask like, you shouldn't have to ask that question. Oh, sorry, yes, got
I'm trying to make my way back here. I just kept getting intercepted every 5 feet. It's a big event, man. I can't help it that you're famous. No. That's sorry, man. You're legend to me. No, it's a Capital Factory shirt, probably. Quick dirty this next session. We're going to do like a mock interview with admins. Is that the idea?
I'm actually not driving this. I can give you some basic context, but Shane and I was just telling you this. Okay. We're starting it. And we've got and I believe, yeah, it was a mock interview. Okay. It's something that all of you are super qualified. You won't have to prepare about it. Yeah, and it's there's nothing being exhausted. Yeah. Like, super engaged. I'll be ready. How's work? Love it.
Call this your big annual deal or what?
Yeah, so we run these 3-day short format programs all over. We're in like 30 countries all over. This is our annual thing, so it's kind of a next step. We tested it for the first time last year, and we turned out we got a big number of participants who actually or attendees who have never done it previously. So we changed it a little bit, so it's still for the faithful. Most people have already done it, kind of this pride we've building, but it's also, there's still plenty of random people who just know about us and know about our kind of culture.
Okay, so there's a combination of first-timers as well as folks who've been through.
But as you might guess, there's still, as far as on the entrepreneur's journey, none of them are figuring out how to reach top 5. So they're still in and most of them have not yet had an accelerator or even an accelerator. Again, the goal with this particular session is how can they soak up as much game as possible so that when they're in front of those behind that table interviewing somebody, they've heard these understanding what it means to create value and all those things. And like all of our work, long unpacking is and you and I have been punching the face by life, which is why our advice is worthwhile. No, they're awesome. A lot of them are also from, as I said, we got 9 different countries represented. We got a really huge contingent of Austrians, a pretty big contingent of Brazilians. These are part of like other government deals we've been doing. And that's a funding big thing.
Right.
So obviously the Accelerator stays there.
I was on a video conference yesterday morning with Rodrigo from Brazil. He's in a town in San Salvador or something like that. He's got 2 spaces right now. He's going to build out 50 spaces throughout the country called Redemice, REDE+. Sorry? Red is a Ready like network, and then plus sign. And he's got funding. He was the president of the Young Entrepreneurs Society or something in Brazil. He was at the 1776 Global Cup Challenge. That's how I met him. So,
hang on one second.
Hey, Brendan, are you gonna do those announcements or what? Oh, you did 15? Okay, cool. I never heard that. They heard it? I think some people heard it.
It's not loud. I don't know if we want to do a slow clap. That's why I think her mindset. I don't think we should be doing 3 deals. I think we should do a slow clap at 1:15 and like.
Should I do a quick 10-minute?
I mean, Shayna's nervous. She's got the nerves going on, so like we almost make her feel better. I mean, it is 10 minutes.
I'll do a quick 10-minute warning.
Do you want me to help you? I mean, do the slow clap.
Maybe do the slow clap.
I think you can just scream in the mic. That's not gonna do it. Want to just do it right now? Let's do it right now. Let's do it live. We need to. No, we don't need to see. We need slow clap. Can you jump in?
Alrighty, we have 10 minutes. So if you're going to the other classroom for the landing page design, I'd start heading that way. Otherwise, we're doing applying for an accelerator here. So everybody start getting settled, take your seats, do a quick bathroom break if you need it. We'll be starting in 10 minutes. Thank you all very much.
Hey, Brendan, are you the guy or Shane the person that gives our panelists content all the time? Just to remind them, because they're wonderful dudes with their busy lives, and so
I think Shayna would probably be the right person for that. So we gotta sculpt the conversation.
She's talking to Jenny right now.
Okay. Yeah, I'm a believer of doing this when we have everyone in the room, so you don't have to say it 5 times.
Yeah.
Why don't I go find her and send her?
You want me to go grab her?
Yeah. She's literally right out there. Yeah.
Hey guys, Phil Colburn.
Phil, Cam Hauser.
Phil, Gordon Doherty. Hi, Gordon. Good to see you.
Phil, thank you so much for being part of this.
Of course.
Yeah, I am not on the panel with you all, but I am the guy who is overseeing this thing. So I'm Derek Keller, not some random guy.
I saw a bunch of names on the list, but I don't know who finally made the
Okay. But I still have these things going on.
All right.
Yeah.
Angelos, and I know Giacomo as well.
Perfect.
Yeah. And we love what y'all do. We do a lot of work outside of the country, and so we meet a lot of folks who are really interested in things like this. And we actually have 9 different countries here right now. We've got a big contingent from Austria, a big group from Brazil, some Koreans,
I have a summit.
so they might be interested in
Nice to meet you. How's it going?
I recommend, glad to do guys.
Yeah, I'm excited for this one.
We're going to have you get us oriented.
I don't add enough value. I mean, what I mean by that is they're already familiar with the U.S. So they fit just need somehow. We deal with guys that would never come to the US. They would never have been accepted by, probably by most accelerators anyway, because their language skills are poor, their communication skills are poor. We kind of dig through and find the diamonds.
I'm gonna grab JD also.
And you know, one of our guys in right now is doing really well, but he's getting close to closing his first big angel round. But when he did a pitch to us, he was the worst pitch of the day. It was just terrible. And he had applied the Y Combinator multiple times, been turned down multiple times, and we just had to bring him in and I wouldn't say dust it off. That's that was too word.
Too gentle.
Yes, yeah. So that's kind of what we do different than you guys. And I mean, not that you can't do that, but I think you guys, we're pretty hands-on with pitch decks and investment strategies and putting together a one-pager with them, and coaching and going to meetings with them, and coming back going, well, one piece of advice, when you're in the investor meeting, never tell them no. Okay, not in the meeting, okay. Tell them no after you got 3 term sheets, okay? Then you can tell 2 of them no. But let's not get there yet. Or, well, how do I do that? I said, well, we welcome to you a U.S. term called yes, but. So it's little things like that. You know, I know that comes up with U.S. guys too, but it makes it pretty interesting. You haven't. Our guy from the Ukraine that comes in, he goes, people in the U.S., I walk downtown, people smile at me. Yeah. He goes, if I smiled in the Ukraine, if I smiled in Kiev, I'd get punched in the face. So it's kind of that's what we do, you know, and kind of it's and then from there it's a lot of stuff you guys do.
What's up? Getting ready to grill Mike?
Is that what we're doing?
I think so.
It's
always fun to grill Mike. I get to do all the time.
Yeah.
Have you been doing this all day? No. Okay, so just here for this?
Either 6 or 12 months. We do 2 6 months. Most folks stay to 6. We just really got our
They're always in Austin.
Yeah.
Okay.
Where are you on GPS?
Outside 360. Yeah, well, it's a little further out. It's past one little theater. Oh, it's and past Barton Creek, Barton Springs.
But they also have to program it for the first time.
I'm still missing.
Can I go find it?
I don't.
Yeah. Is it there?
Yes.
I'll clean that from my finals.
Wonderful.
I'll let you.
Hi, thank you so much for coming.
You're welcome. I'm sorry I missed that email to get you
Oh,
stuff.
no, it's totally fine.
I was actually went on a family vacation, and that was the first day I left. So,
we had a couple people that happened to. So, yeah, here's how the shindig's gonna go.
Thank you.
So we have 45 minutes. Half of it is going to be our panel, and half of it is going to be our mock interview.
Okay.
So I'll do a quick little 1 minute intro and then just kick it off to JD. He's going to take it from there. So he'll moderate the panel with you 3 gentlemen, and then he will lead us into the interview with you and Derek and Mike.
Okay.
So I think we have.
Is it Derek Keller?
Yeah. So
See, I just texted. Yeah, I was gonna say I haven't seen him. We think it's Derek Keller. Might be one of you too.
Is it all of us panel, all of us doing the interview?
We initially had Casey and Derek doing the interview.
Me and Derek doing the interview.
Yeah, and then
these
he's
guys are
hosting
panel.
the panel.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. That works. And interview, I just scheduled I told them set it up as ours are. So I just give a quick 4-minute pitch, and then you guys will just grill away with questions.
And Mike's actually doing
Nice.
Okay, that's fine.
next week, so.
And if for some reason Derek's not here, I'll just do the interview by myself. Just fine with me. I don't mind.
Or Dennis could join me. Yeah, that'd be a good one.
Perfect.
So,
I may take off if that's all right. If that's
Yeah. Yeah, after, if you usually leave after the panel, you're more than welcome to.
Thanks.
Yeah. That weekend, just cool. All right, awesome. Thank you very
Now,
much.
where will Michael stand here or something? And so for,
I think after we have more chairs so after the panel, we'll just like
flip them
shift
around.
the chairs so you're facing
Yeah.
each other.
Okay.
Yeah. He hasn't mentioned it to you. So I think we'll probably do it out.
just so I know.
So I'm gonna do this around.
And then I'll, I guess we should about that vacation for it.
1:15 to 2.
I have
I think we got cut off.
I was going to ask you if you spilled something on your nice button-down shirt. I've never seen take a picture of you, tweet it out, beef. I was Mike and I said, gotta wear my colors. I don't think that's coordinated. Yeah, similar open. No, I was like, Josh must be around here somewhere.
Kind of wave. And so we cut it down to 20. Cool. Inviting mentors to come in and sit down, have a beer, look at some of the pitch decks for this show. Sharon, is there anybody at Techstars you think might be interested in doing something like that? That way they get to know us a little bit better. And
Maybe Derek, who's going to be here. My program manager, possibly.
if I just send you an email, is that, and have you look at it, it's trying to time I know it's possible. But I figured.
Send it to me over the weekend.
Yeah. And like I said, it won't hurt my feelings. Like I said,
I'm on that same stream.
Yes, that's what I'm going to pick you up. Perfect. All right, great.
I'll definitely be.
So I guess it's going to be fun. We got some rules. So once again.
Yeah, either way.
The quality's in the
All on you guys can do it. Yeah, cool. That's fine.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
We're going to be sorry.
Right now?
Welcome. Hello. How was lunch?
Good.
Awesome. Well, we are going to kick it off. Our next panel, one I'm really excited for. One of the questions we get a lot when we do 3-day startups is, what about accelerators? How do we get into an accelerator? What can an accelerator do for me? Am I ready to get into an accelerator? And we're going to answer those questions for you. So the way this is going to work is the first half of this session is going to be a panel. JD is going to moderate a panel. He's going to tell you all about what you need to know to get into an accelerator. The second half, we have prepared an interview for you. So you'll get to watch someone do an actual accelerator interview and really learn what that's all about. So I'm going to hand it off to JD now, and he is going to run the show.
Cool. Testing. Oh, awesome. How are y'all doing? Cool. My name's JD Weinstein. I work here with Capital Factory with our accelerator and our fund. Thanks so much, Shayna. Thanks to the whole 3DS team. This is really freaking awesome. Yeah. And so really happy to be here, and we've got some top-notch folks across all local, Austin, and global accelerators to share some insights with you here today. So the first thing I want to do is just do some quick introductions. I'll just ask our panelists to introduce yourself, your position with what particular accelerator you're in, and maybe just a quick minute of how you got into that position or to the accelerator space.
Hi, my name is Phil Pompa. I'm Managing Director of the International Accelerator here in Austin, Texas. We focus on entrepreneurs from around the world and non-US founders. I got into the space just by being an entrepreneur myself and a mentor over the last few years.
Good afternoon. My name is Preston James, and I am the CEO of a new pre-accelerator called Div Inc., and we focused on ethnically diverse and women founders. We'll be launching in September of this year, based out of Austin. And I got into it after a 20-year career at Dell. I actually did a career switch and started participating as a mentor and as an advisor and an investor in the Austin tech startup scene, and recognized the gap that was in the tech startup ecosystem, not just here in Austin or Texas, but all over the US. So that's why I get started.
My name is Schwartzfarb. I'm the Managing Director of Techstars in Austin. Techstars is a global accelerator. We operate 26 or 7 accelerators around the world, from Cape Town, South Africa, to Tel Aviv, Berlin, London, and all over the US. And I got into this role. I've been more of an on the operating side. I've helped to start or founded 6 different companies over the last 20 years. Became a mentor at Techstars 4 years ago, and then a year ago moved into this role as managing director.
Awesome. So the next question, I know some of you, we've had so many accelerators and incubators pop up all over the country, the world, really recently. So if one of you just wants to touch on what is an accelerator, how is it different than an incubator, are they interchangeable? And then we can talk about maybe what your accelerator does and why it's unique from the others.
You got
the mic, man.
Both of those questions at once?
Let's do it.
Okay. So the first time that I heard the term incubator was, I think, in like 1996 or 97, and there was a couple of different ones in LA. One was Idea Lab, one was eCompanies. And at that time, what an incubator meant was there were a bunch of people in a room that, and somebody who was throwing ideas at them, and they were just trying to see, throw a bunch of stuff at the wall and saw what stuck. And that's how I think about what an incubator is. An accelerator is something different, which is that there's an actual team. They have an idea, or more likely they are in the process of building or have actually built something, and they need some sort of assistance. They recognize that they have some gaps, and they want help filling those gaps and moving faster and figuring out very quickly how they can get to the next phase of their business. And what was the second question?
And then what's so unique about Techstars Accelerator? What is Techstars?
Yeah, so Techstars, there's probably a few things that are unique. We're very, very hands-on. We have a very mentor-driven organization. We only focus on a very small amount of companies. So just as an example, I'll look at something like 1,000, 1,500 applications over the course of the next 8 months for 10 spots. Everyone will come in at one time for a 3-month accelerator. We help match them up with some of the best mentors, not just here in Austin, but from around the world. And there are people that can really, again, help fill those gaps for them and figure out how they more rapidly figure out how to grow their business.
Great. So I'm coming in as Div Inc. as a pre-accelerator. So basically what we do is we're looking at our slightly earlier stage companies. A lot of them are going to be first-time entrepreneurs. And what we see is the gap where a lot of entrepreneurs are coming to the table and don't really have a total understanding. They may have a great idea, concept of how do you take that and move it to a point where you really have a rock solid business idea foundation and can feed into an accelerator. So we're definitely feeding into the likes of Techstars and also the International Accelerator and other accelerators around town. The other key piece for us is that we are focused on ethically diverse and also women founders. And then the third piece for us as a pre-accelerator, we're different, is that we don't take equity into the companies. Our main focus is let's close this gap for ethnically diverse and women founders, and let's help more of them and participate, and also get more success in those demographics. So that's sort of how we're looking at it.
I think from the International Accelerator side, there's 2 things that kind of differentiate us in the market. And I think from the side of the companies that we choose, what we look for are companies that probably wouldn't have come to the U.S. otherwise. In a lot of cases, when we do our market research of the companies that apply, typically they apply to a local accelerator within their country, and they've been trying to figure out where is the handle to move to the U.S. How do I grab onto that? And how do I do that? So we don't tend to compete amongst each other. In fact, we recommend companies to each other all the time. And so that's one difference, is I think the uniqueness of what we call them is off-market deals. They just wouldn't show up otherwise. But on the side of the entrepreneur, what we do different is we're very, very hands-on. A third of our program is getting them what we call having a soft landing here in Austin, Texas. How do you, introduce them to the right attorneys for immigration issues, how to find, where is the Social Security office, where is the driver's license office, how do you deal with things, how do you talk to the banks, how do you do the little things that just are difficult enough, whether you're moving across state lines and certainly moving to a different country, it adds a whole, and then there's this thing called the IRS that we tend to introduce people to.
Great. So that's awesome. Let's get to the good stuff now. It's really good setting the stage. So the title of this panel is how do we actually get into an accelerator. I know a lot of you are 3DS alum and probably building companies at a very early stage and may be ready for a top tier accelerator coming up to help spur your growth. So next question is what do you look for in companies fit for your accelerator? And I'll ask you to be as specific as possible and detailed as possible, because of course there are lots of answers on Google. I know you all have personal opinions and other opinions from your companies, your accelerators aside. So with that, what do you look for in companies fit for your accelerator?
Well, we've got a qualification list of things that we look for, and I won't go through all of that. Let me just cut it down to 3 things. Number one is the product, the uniqueness of the product. It doesn't have to always be the best patent or strongest patent in the world. It could be first to market, that's fine. But the other aspect is know your market. One of the things that I think puts us off immediately is we have no competition. And there's certain things that we look for that just, and most of the time, 80% of the applications get blown out after about 2 minutes with a Google search for us. So that's the second thing, is know the competition primarily here in the US. The third thing is the team. Is that we're looking for passion, but we're looking for coachability. Someone that'll listen. We don't expect them to follow everything we say, but we'd like them to at least acknowledge that they've heard what we said. The one I'll give you an example of is when someone says, how do you apply? I got this question one day on the phone. I said, well, you go to our website and there's a form. Oh, no. I don't do forms. That one, guys, you might guess what happened to that application. So I wished him well.
Oops. I'm going to go along the same lines as Phil, right? And I'll start off, number one, with the team, right? And we look for folks who, like Phil said, coachability. They're intelligent, they're articulate, they're passionate, they're team players, and they really have the determination to really push forward. The other thing is that we look for is the concept idea, the business they had has to have a very strong value proposition, right? When people do say that we don't have any competition, that tells us you really haven't done your homework. So really understanding your market, what's the opportunity, and if you've done that, then that's great, right? We need to hear that. And if you can't articulate a good idea, that also becomes a pretty big challenge. And then I think the other thing is, it comes down to the technology of product. We look for a strong product and technology that may have solution, something that people want, need, or are willing to pay for. But sometimes folks just don't get it right the first time. But what's really interesting is that, hey, you know what? We'll place another bet on that team anytime, any day. Maybe that idea wasn't right, but we'll go with that team anytime, any day. So those are really kind of the top 3 for us as well.
So I have six check boxes in order that I look at with every company that I meet, and literally you don't get to the next check box if you don't get past the first one. The first 3 are all around team. Number 1 is, are you good people? Do we like you? Do we think we can sit in a room with you for 3 months? And really much longer than that, because oftentimes we're the first investors in your company and we become like founders for your company. Number 2 is, what's your track record for success? It's okay if you've never started a company before, but if I look back at your history, were you an athlete, were you a scholar, what are the things that you've done in your life that show that you know how to be persistent and actually work through lots of problems, and even when things get tough, you can keep working through them. Even if you fail, what do you do when you fail, and how do you get up? And number 3 is, why are you building the business you're building? Do you just think it would be cool to start a company, or is there an actual passion or experience that you have that makes you the right team to be doing that, so that I know that you're going to want to live and breathe that every single day? So those are the 3 most important things that I look for. And then beyond that, we get into, what's the market that you're attacking? Is there an inefficient market? And personally, I like inefficient markets and things that we're trying to tackle, even if we're far ahead of where they should be. How do you think about the product, and what is the product? Although frankly, that's probably the least important of the entire checklist. And then the final thing is, you can check all those boxes, but then I have to say, how interested am I in working on that particular product for the next 3 months and 5 years and 10 years? Is it something that's going to keep me excited? So I go right through that list.
Cool. Thanks, all. And I'll just mention at Capital Factory with our accelerator, looking at, really pinning in on the team piece. Out of the dozen companies that have gone on to raise a Series A that are part of our accelerator, 11 of the 12 have gone through multiple pivots. So when we say, hey, it's interesting to evaluate the business, this early on in the process, we're really looking for entrepreneurs that can kind of go with the flow and be able to beat around the bush and change when needed. So with that, also, what are some common pitfalls that you see with companies applying into your accelerator? In other words, what are things that companies say or do that make you uncheck the box?
A lot of it comes to uncoachability. When you start to ask them questions, they're not listening. They're not. You can clearly see they're not open to listening. They're not, which are indications that they're not going to be open to testing things. The flip side of that is when people come into the accelerator, we want them to question absolutely everything about their business. So it's not my quote, but there's a quote that I'm sure a lot of people have heard, which is listen like you're wrong and then fight like you're right. We want people to listen like they're wrong. So the biggest pitfall is that they don't, and that they try to argue with us, even if we don't know the answer. We're really just curious and trying to learn.
I think one of the things that I look for is the ability that they actually can communicate and articulate their value proposition. How well are they able to communicate an idea or a concept? And then the other piece that I look for is some sort of demonstration of focus, right? Ability to focus. I've talked to many entrepreneurs, and they come to the table and have this idea, and what is it? It's well, we're doing this, and then we're also doing this, we're doing this, and we're going to do this by this time. If we can't sort of streamline that focus, then the execution piece is not going to be effective. So those are the kind of two things that I really look for, in addition to the coachability, which is really huge, but those two things as well.
Yeah, there's a long list here, but let me bring it down to two things. I think one is to kind of add on to what they've said, but part of the teams too is consistency within the team. So sometimes we're meeting with multiple team members and we can hear the inconsistency in terms of what the goals or the strategies are of the company. And you go, oh my, we haven't even gone very far here, and this is probably going to be the best I'm going to see of them, and they're already arguing in front of me. This is probably not a good thing. So it's and I'm giving you the extreme, but just testing through, what the goals are. Do they want to build a company? Are they trying to get to a quick exit? What are they trying to do? Those kinds of things come out in the discussion quickly. Let me go back to the competition piece, and I was being a little flippant about it, about the no competition. There are situations where there isn't any direct competition, so I didn't mean to give you that impression. But what you're looking for is an alternative in any case. Some cases is do nothing. Maybe somebody isn't going to part with money to buy your product, even though there is no one else doing that. So it's just a matter of where are you against the do nothing, where are you against the alternatives that are out there, and then sometimes it is they're ignoring the competition. I've had let me give you another extreme. A gentleman that came in during South by Southwest, and he had a better answer than Facebook and Instagram together because he had a better combined product. And he said he only needed $1 million to take care of that in the marketplace, and he was going to take both of those companies on. So as you imagine, we had a discussion. So those are the kinds of things that, and he wasn't using the ear to mouth ratio in the correct, the correct form. So
yeah, hard to argue you're going to take on Facebook. I probably don't say that. So.
He was passionate.
Yeah, that's good. So I'll ask you before I ask this next question. Be ready to think. We'll have probably a couple minutes for a couple questions from the audience. So if you have any questions, start thinking about that right now. Next question is, as a lot of the entrepreneurs in the room are gearing up to maybe look at different accelerators that are fit for them and looking to apply, what are some insights or things they can do before or during the application process to maybe get an upper hand or have you pay closer attention to them, rapport with mentors, for example, etc.?
Again, a long conversation. We cut it down to two ideas. One is, again, I'll go back to the know your competition when you walk in the door. That's probably the biggest thing. Be yourself is the other. Please don't try to come in and I think all of us have got careers long enough to know it'll come up really easy if you're not yourself and you're trying to be, sell yourself to us that isn't really who you are. But there is one other thing. Do some homework on who our mentors are and come in and say, I want that person, or that's the kind of person I need. And that'll help us because we can get that person involved, and that'll also be something to help us understand you better and kind of help put things together pretty quick for us. And I don't know if that'll fit your process or not, but at least for us, that makes it easier for us.
The biggest thing is seeing the effort. You're putting forth the effort and the leveraging your passion to really make something happen, right? So if you're just coming in straight in the door and just submitting an application, you're not really trying to connect, right? So I think the really good thing is to go out there and make the connections to the people, learn about the accelerator you're applying to, try to meet the directors and the mentors and get a feel for what the program is like, because there are a variety of different accelerators and one size doesn't fit all, right? I mean, you need to be very specific. And then also you look at the product and technology you have, does it match up with what you're trying to accomplish? Because not all, the mentors may not have the experience that you need to go take your business to the next level, right? That network piece is, hey, if I can't help you, and we were talking about this a little bit earlier, right? We don't know everything, right? But we all know a guy or a gal, right, that we could hook you up with, right? And one of the beautiful things about Austin is Austin really makes an effort to really help entrepreneurs, right, to connect them. So, getting in that network, making that effort, sincere effort, to really show your passion that you want to go ahead and make something happen. This is what you're trying to do. Goes a long way in building those relationships going forward.
I'm not sure I'm going to say anything that much different, but I'll say it maybe a little differently, which is at least for us, I want to start meeting people 3 months ago for our accelerator that's not going to start until January. We're not going to even make decisions until December. And the reason is that we want to get to know you a little bit. We want to see it in real time both how coachable you are, what you're like as a person, how much progress you can actually make, how you take feedback, and not just from us, but from our mentors as well. And so, personally, I will probably take an email from just about anybody and meet with you, but likewise, getting introductions from one of our mentors or multiple of our mentors is definitely a big leg up in terms of getting to spend some time together. And through that process, I would say it's actually a two-way street, and this is to Preston's point, which is that we may love you and we may not be the right fit for you. You may not like us. It may be that you're doing something in retail and you're a better fit for some other accelerator somewhere else. So it's a real good opportunity to get to know each other. So I know the question was how to get to know us, but it really is a two-way street.
Awesome, super valuable advice. We have time for 1 or 2 questions from the audience. So does anybody have any burning questions?
If the team is really important, but you're a solo founder, how do you get that co-founder to compliment you?
I don't have a bias against solo founders personally. I've been a solo founder, so if you're a solo founder and you want to go for it, we say team. The team might be a team of 1. That being said, it is really, really hard to do it by yourself. Ultimately, you're going to find that you're going to need, if they're not a co-founder, someone who is your partner in crime. And how do you find that person? Find someone as passionate about what you're doing as you are.
In the same boat, right? I think when we look at a lot of first-time entrepreneurs, they will be solo, and oftentimes you'll hear people say, "Hey, we're looking at two-person teams, right? Co-founders." But the reality is, it's more so about that company being able to get things done, right? And be able to balance the vision and execution, and how they complement one another. But going back to the previous question, where the network comes into play, right? And if we get to know what you're trying to do, like I said, a lot of people know a lot of people. Those how some of the introductions happen. co-founders meet each other through introductions from mentors and investors and things like that. Hey, you need to go meet so-and-so because he's doing something similar and you guys could, do such and such and such, right? Or I know, Susan over here and she's doing it. So really getting entrenched, immersing yourself into the ecosystem allows you have a higher probability of finding that co-founder as opposed to you just trying to do it on your own.
What, time for one more question? Yeah.
So if you apply for an accelerator, it means that you already found product market fit and you're trying to scale, or you are close to finding product market fit? I mean, where are you supposed to be if you want to be in an accelerator?
I think it's different for each one of us, and I'm sure there's a gray area here for each one of us as well. And for like, what we look for is typically someone who has if not a product, they have a prototype. They have something that's close to market. And so, because what we're going to do is hopefully accelerate their investment strategy and accelerate their market traction. So if they're not ready for that, if they're just strictly an idea at this point, there's just too much time. We don't have enough value up front. You just, I'd say find the incubator and put and build that up before you come to an accelerator. We can't start bringing the rest of the services we bring to bear until you're ready to do that. Most of the investors that we've kind of collected that are interested in some of our companies, they're looking for something. They want to know how close you are to revenue if you're not already in revenue. So they like it kind of within spitting distance, as we call it. So how close can you be? So that's the kind of thing that I think people are looking for in our case.
We look for a couple of different things. Obviously, we're coming a little bit earlier stage, but we're looking for that validated, concept and idea that we can move to product MVP pretty quickly. We've modeled our program, believe it or not, right? We're not reinventing the wheel, so we modeled our program after the Techstars model, which is one of the most successful models. So we have a 12-week program, so in that 12 weeks, you want to move the needle, right? So validated concepts as well as MVP, and then do we have the ability and the resources to effectively move that company forward? So it's really the kind of the two stages, if you will, that we look at.
So at Techstars, it's a very, very broad to try to answer that. Personally, I like earlier stage companies, so I will more look at companies that are in the MVP, have no idea product market fit, maybe just have a really cool idea or technology and not even sure how to apply it yet, all the way up to we're getting ready to raise a Series A, but we really haven't figured out how to hit scale yet, and we'll help you figure out how to hit scale. Across our network, it's much different than that. We have part of a number of our accelerators actually partnered with different big brands out there like Cedars-Sinai, Target, Barclays, and so we'll often see companies that have raised even B rounds. So there's a company in LA that raised $23 million before they went into their program, and there's another company that applied and didn't get into our target program that raised almost $200 million. So it really just depends sort of where you are in your life cycle for Techstars, which is potentially the right fit. A lot of that has to do with if there's a partner, who the partner is, and the managing director and their expertise.
Thanks so much. Let's give a quick round of applause for the panelists up here. We're going to shift gears a little bit. I'll invite Mike, CEO and founder of MyAss. Come up, AdMass. Keeps changing the name on us, pivoting. And Amos and Gordon. Yeah.
Hey, no promises. I can't do that. Do you want to project? You pitch to them.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. I know. This is very original. Maybe I can just yell. Can you guys hear me in the background? Back? No. Okay. Yeah?
Is that on? Or I'll just use it.
It's on.
right, should I just jump into it?
Go for it.
Why not? Hey everybody, I'm Mike Sorgenfry, the founder of AdMass. At AdMass, we help brands become better at reaching their customers and consumers. Times Square used to be the only place where people went to go and feel overwhelmed by content, right? But with the proliferation of different devices, with the fragmentation of channels, people are experiencing more content than ever before. Advertisers tried to cut through the noise by leveraging technology to target individuals. However, they're targeting them with very generic content, creating noise and really leaving individuals feeling overwhelmed by all the content that they have. And so individuals then retreat to circles of trust. And those circles of trust are coworkers, friends, or people that they trust online. These people that they trust online are called influencers. Influencers are experts at creating content for their audience. Imagine a world if you were able to leverage influencers to create content that's targeted to each one of your customers. You would need to be able to understand who the right influencer for your company is. For that, you need a lot of data. So we've built a mobile app that enables people to, influencers specifically, come in, connect their accounts, and we give them tools to become better at their business, right? We give them a media kit, which is essentially their resume to go win business. We give them a pricing calculator, so they know that they should be out going and earning. And we give them all sorts of stats about their business, their channel, their content, the information that they're creating. But we need to focus on the brands. We need to focus on finding that right influencer specifically for the brands. So we've built proprietary technology to help us understand the audience the audience the brand wants to reach, the style of content that they care about, and the affinity that these influencers have towards the brand. First, we'll start with the audience. A lot of customers come to us and tell us that they want to reach millennials. It doesn't really help. Probably all of us in this room are millennials, and we're all very different. So what we're able to do is break that down and really find the target audience that they want. Let's say 21 to 25-year-old females who are vegan and really enjoy yoga. That gives us a specific audience that we can then go find an influencer for. Second is all about figuring out the style. We've developed an app that's essentially like Tinder for style. Brands can't really articulate exactly what they want, so we put a bunch of pictures in front of them and they swipe left or they swipe right, telling us what kind of content that they want to see. So now we know the audience they're trying to reach, the style of content that they want to see. The last is understanding if influencers are a good fit for their brand. So we built an affinity algorithm. This takes into consideration everything an influencer has posted, all of their interests, the comments on their post, and all of their different engagement stats, and we create a score. Basically 1 from 100 saying the correlation that they connect with your brand. Those people that have a high affinity to your brand, we've seen that they create more content, and that content on average is 5 times more engaging than just generic content. So now we have the audience, we know the style, and now we know the right influencers for your brand. So we are able to create technology that enables you to manage the relationship with those influencers and manage campaigns as you run, so that you can learn all sorts of amazing insights. But really, influencer marketing is just the beginning. Think about everything that you can learn from watching an expert create and distribute content to your audience. That's insights that can go to your paid strategy. That's insights that can go through all of your different channels and verticals to make you better at reaching your consumers. Because those brands that form the right partnerships with influencers succeed. And that's exactly what we make happen. And we have absolutely the perfect team to do that. Our co-founder is a PhD from MIT in data science. Clearly, she's a smart one of the group. We have Pat, who manages all the relationships with the influencers. He's the charmer of the group. And I got the short straw, and I'm up here presenting today. However, of course, this is a very crowded market. You can go and Google influencer marketing, and you'll see a million different solutions out there. We break those solutions into 3 different buckets. Those companies doing research, which is great. They've brought some sophistication to the market. These are kind of audience listening tools so that you can go out there and understand your audience a little bit better. However, they don't find the influencer for you or give you any kind of relationship with those influencers. The second is the agency approach. This is used for large influencers, those influencers that have millions and millions of followers, and it's incredibly labor intensive. It's great because they make a lot of money on services, however, it can't scale because they don't have any technology. And then the third one is platforms. They're able to reach these 2-tier influencers, or influencers that have between 5,000 and 100,000 followers. However, they really make it so that the brand has to do all the work. It doesn't help them find the right influencers. They have to search through hundreds and hundreds of influencers, and so they leave the brand kind of guessing. So we've taken a completely unique approach. At the center is the data science. That's how we understand influencers, that's how we understand the audience, the style, and we match the affinity for them. And on top of that, we layer technology to make it easy to manage the relationships with those influencers, manage campaigns, and of course we have services for those customers that need it. So we're AdMess. We help brands become better at reaching consumers.
Gordon Amos, before you... Before Gordon Amos rip into in a second here, I want to quickly introduce, so Gordon Doherty is director of the Capital Factory Accelerator, also a general partner in Capital Factory's venture fund. Amos Schwartzbarb, you guys, he already introduced himself, and he's the managing director of Techstars Austin. Both have seen thousands of companies by now, and so they know what they're doing. But just to set a little bit of the stage, at Capital Factory, we have our companies come in, give a short 4-minute pitch, and then we'll grill them with question and answer. Every accelerator does this a little bit differently. Typically, we've already met them before they come into this stage, but now, turn it over to you guys. Rip them apart. Cool.
Thanks, JD.
Yeah.
Appreciate it.
Thanks, Mike. Good job.
Thank you.
Influencer marketing is an interesting one. It's interesting because it's been around forever. The concept of using influencers to help a company or a brand market their goods. But it's under disruption right now, so that's why you're doing what you're doing.
Precisely.
I'm curious as to your thoughts on maybe this chicken and egg syndrome being potentially too early for large brands who are not early movers, early adopters of crazy things like what you're offering, and maybe being too late because this is a very attractive area that a lot of other startups like yours are trying to leverage social media and big data to do influencer marketing. Are you too early because the enterprises aren't ready, or are you too late because there's too much competition?
Yeah, it's a great point. I would argue that we are probably in the perfect spot, right? So, of course, I would argue that. Yeah. But because we were able to kind of sit back and watch everybody go through the door first, right? And that's how we're able to break those into that research, the agency, and the platform model. And what was amazing is that we spent countless hours with both influencers and advertisers, and clearly there still wasn't a fix, right? Advertisers have tried many of the solutions that you just mentioned, but they're still incredibly frustrated. They weren't finding the right influencers for the brands, they had no way to manage those relationships, and the reporting was all over the place. So clearly we saw the opportunity to build technology that focused on that. So I think, especially since what we're seeing from some of our early customer adoption, I think we're right in the sweet spot.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Cool. I have a sort of short 3-part question. It is short.
Yeah.
So, where are you right now in terms of, do you have any customers yet? Who are your customers? And if you can't say that, that's fine. But how many customers do you have? What is the next thing that you're working on in terms of moving the business forward? And it doesn't have to necessarily be product related. And what's keeping you up at night?
Yeah.
My guess is they're all tied together, which is why it's fun.
Yeah, and then add funding on top of that, and you got what keeps me caffeinated and a little liquored up. So going back to the beginning there, what we have developed so far, we started with the influencer platform. We saw so many companies go ahead and promise these influencers riches and great opportunities and all sorts of money for coming on board, and they were really burned. And so we spent countless hours with those influencers, and they basically said, look, I just need help at being better at my business, right? And so we saw a great opportunity at a value exchange for no cost, right? We created that app, gave it to them so that they could have their resume and the pricing calculator and everything I said, and we get that first-party data directly for them, which makes us better. So that's where we poured all of our resources into it, and then we created a very minimum viable product using a clickable to put in front of advertisers and really show the process that we wanted to, and then we did everything by services. We did everything ourselves to understand how laborious this process was and how painful this process is. And so with our customers, which we have about 15 of, we ran through about 5 of them with a very services-oriented approach. We built some internal tools. For the next 10, we rolled those out as external tools, and the validation there from both our internal process and then the process from what we discovered from our customers has led us to now start developing the advertiser platform. So I think those were both your questions about technology and the customers. The customers, what we've also realized is that we started with some really cool apps that we thought influencers would love. We started with some really cool kind of services company and everything that we thought influencers loved, and we realized those aren't our target customers. Our target customers are somebody that has a tangible product that they can understand, get in the hands of the influencers, and really trust and understand best. And so we're focusing on consumer packaged goods, specifically food and beverage, and getting some great adoption there.
And what's keeping you up at night?
What's keeping me up at night? Yeah.
Fundraising.
Yeah, so fundraising for sure, strategic partnerships, but really just building quickly and moving fast enough, right? When you move fast, you tend to break things in not a good way, and you tend to kind of cut corners, and we do a very good process of services, understanding the pain point, and then developing technology. And so it's a very fine line about wanting to get something out there.
I'm going to ask the question a little differently. When you
Yeah.
went to bed last night and you couldn't sleep because you were thinking about your business,
Yeah.
what was the thing that was in your head over and over and over again?
Yeah, I had to make a presentation for 140 today to pitch to people. No, it's to be honest. Yeah. No, it's a lot about building out. We're building the designs and the technology that we're going to put into development. I'm not a designer by background. No one on our team is a designer, and so it's about, are we doing this right, or should we be outsourcing this and using some of the very limited resources that we have to pay for it? Yeah.
At the stage you're at right now, what is it you're hoping to get out of our,
Yeah.
Accelerator, and what's the biggest help that you need?
Yeah, absolutely. Great question, and I appreciate you asking that question. So right now, the biggest help is connections. Connections to amazing developers. That's going to be the first hire that we make once we have funding. Connections to people that are designers, right? Just being able to be near other like-minded founders that are going through something similar and going through some of the pain points. I might be able to sleep one of these nights. So that would be huge and incredibly helpful. Obviously, the mentor program that is here at both Techstars and Capital Factory is fantastic, and has really gone through some of the pain points that we've done before. And I know that there's plenty of mentors, because of the research I've done beforehand, that are familiar with this space, but also familiar with building a technology in kind of an evolving world and not being a first mover. And so that whole guidance will be really, really valuable.
JD, time for one more question?
Yeah.
Okay.
Good. Great.
So it's a follow-up to that.
Yeah.
What's the biggest gap in either in your team or your technology, or what's the biggest gap that you have right now?
Yeah, developer. And if you know a developer that can do full stack and design and UX, let me know. Yeah, and is relatively cheap, right, and likes equity, I will sleep like a baby.
Looking for a cheap super unicorn.
Yeah, exactly. That's really the main goal. Yeah.
Yeah, we got time for one more question. If you guys got it.
Biggest surprise or any significant pivot that you've had to make as a result of the surprise?
Yeah, so when JD called us my ad, that was before our previous pivot, right? When we were focused on crowdsourcing content for advertisers, what we realized is that didn't have enough reach, and so we pivoted to focus on influencers who were already kind of doing this and needed some serious help. Another big pivot after that, not really a pivot, but strategy refocus, was our customers. Right, we thought this would be great for absolutely everybody. I think a lot of founders feel that, especially first-time founders. And then we realized that we were spending too much time, energy, and resources on customers that weren't a great fit, especially at the size we are now. And so we focused just on consumer packaged goods.
Awesome. So I'll let the panelists deliberate just for 1 minute and maybe decide whether you're going to accept him or not into your accelerator, and why or why not.
Feel free to deliberate into the mic so we can get
Yes.
a little
Deliberate-
insight into
deliberate
what that
into the mic.
conversation is like.
Mike, you might want to plug your ears.
Yeah. I'm going to sit down for this one.
Strong team, definitely strong team. Experience, definite problem in the market. So the question is, have these guys solved it? Because there is a ton of competition, secret sauce.
Yeah, that's a good point, and maybe the going back to the first thing you said, which relates to this, which is he's shown an ability to recognize when there was either a minor strategy shift or a major pivot to make, and so even if he's not onto the right thing, it seems like he's capable of potentially recognizing that and continuing to shift until he gets there.
Yep. Team seems coachable. I think we've got mentors that definitely could help.
Absolutely.
With success, funding could come, and this could be kind of a breakout company if they get it right. If we help them get it right.
Yeah.
Agree?
I do agree.
All right.
Okay.
They're in.
There we go. They're in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thanks so much, Mike, Amos, Gordon. Hopefully all enjoyed that and learned something. So that's it. That's a wrap for how to get into Accelerator today. Next up, we have judges in 15 minutes.
15 minutes, we have up here real quick. From 3DS to
Google acquisition. Saw that. From 3DS to Google acquisition is the next thing up. So thanks again, y'all. I think we were panelists might hang out for a minute. If you have any other questions, I'll be up here, and enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you. That was great.
Good. Oh, good. Yeah. Good.
Thanks, y'all. Hey, maybe Mike found one of his developers here, right? There might be some in the audience that is full stack guy.
Cool. Yeah, thanks so much.
Thanks for meeting.
Fun. That's great.
No, not at all.
Very, yeah.
I don't know if
He sent me a note actually last night. Said, hey, I'm going to be representing this new Accelerator. So in the last couple of weeks,
Are those questions that came up some good standard questions?
Yeah, a couple of them. They take no equity. I don't know how it's being funded yet. Ashley might be playing a role in helping them out too. So she had mentioned something. I'll learn more about it. But yeah, there's a number of these. I mean, and then we want to know if we legitimate or not, but places to send our companies that apply. There's another one. Really interesting.
How's it going? I guess once I start, I look old.
That means distinguished.
Yeah.
At least he didn't say it to me.
Yeah.
How's it going? This is Thomas.
How are you? Hey guys. Hey, Thomas. What was it? Gordon. Yeah, no, I've been told Gordon. Oh, y'all. How's it going?
Yeah.
JD.
I run the Accelerator.
JD. Nice to meet y'all. Nice to meet y'all.
Yeah. Thomas.
How's it going?
Which city in
Good.
Austria?
But actually, we're incorporated in London.
Oh boy. Awesome.
Now what?
We actually
running right now in Austria, and it's really good process to go through all the bureaucracy and stuff.
I don't know how it is up there, but there was a good place to be here in
Oh yeah? A, because our target market is here, and B, because England
Oh, no
is
way.
going to do so. We have to, you know what I mean? Like, yeah, but it's just, are you fully incorporated in the UK? We're fully incorporated in the UK.
Yeah, so Shelly and I work together.
I'm leadership now. I will be work here.
Your counterpart at Texas as well. Check out.
Yeah, so
next time.
yeah. I want you to use it for the website. Use it to remember to go back to the Capital Factory website.
Yeah.
Still rational.
International company.
Find the right information about the touchdown.
Yeah, you can all.
Well, I'll let you know.
What happened?
Look to see if you can see
Cool. We don't know
but I think there might be also it's here at Capital Factory.
No, it's why I want to
start with him.
Yes, that's part of the regular accelerator, and
It's like it's in parallel. It's in parallel. You have access to all of the mentors, but they are specialized in helping with taxation and incorporation issues. The idea is international companies would first come into the touchdown program, and then after they kind of get the themselves situated and working out a few things, then they might apply to the other accelerator. Now they're ready to get.
First, we need to be incorporated, have residency status.
Many of our mentors wouldn't help you until the touchdown. And then also things are done. You heard the guy from the international accelerator as well. So that's another program to look at. Okay, yeah.
We chased him out like,
yeah. Good programs. Find the right city, Boston is the right place, the right support structure. You know, I think then if you find the right city, you can't go wrong. I mean, they're both good programs, and so I think you ought to learn more about them, and you can decide which one would be best for you.
the thing is, I will stay, like we're here from Austin to Austin student exchange. I will stay 4 more weeks after this exchange. Okay. You know, keeping cash burn rate down, so I need to go back to it. And have this time to make a decision whether I will go here or not and get to like lay the rails. Do you think that's possible? I mean, I can make common applications. There's something I'm not doing now because I can't come back every week. You're here for a few days, you said? Yes, 4 months.
Plenty of time. Plenty of time. I think we can meet. Well, you can meet with the international accelerator guys for sure. And you should also meet with the Capital Factory Touchdown Austin team.
We actually worked in the Capital Factory. Isn't that the building in what is it? Yeah, we were in the
No, you're here now.
Yeah. Oh, sorry, I was confusing the Techstars. I'm so sorry. Okay, because we worked with both places, here and there. This is Capital Factory.
This is Capital Factory. The Techstars is just a few blocks away.
It's like 400 revenues. Just one more question. I think this might be good. Do you think it's possible to stay here for 4 more weeks? Because this is right next to you hospital. Do you think it would be possible since the writing I know it's like, I'm also ready to pay, but I'm just like here for a month.
You know what? It's a good question for, I think, Touchdown Capital Factory, International Accelerator. They will want to work you get out price for free for a couple of weeks or a few weeks, but they can get to know you. It will help them understand if you're a good fit. So
honestly, I admire you for turning that situation around. Like,
they should work you how to sell it. And you should almost approach it that way. Hey, I'm thinking about applying to your program. I'm here for 3 or 4 more weeks. You know, it would be interesting for me to work for a place where I get to know you guys and your setup.
And would that be a problem? I know from your side it's difficult to get to know the international. Here you have a chance to actually do something.
You have my card, so if you can't get to the guy that runs the touchdown, just email me and I'll get forward. Who's the guy? What's the guy? Fred Schmidt. He's on the website. Fred Schmidt. To apply or just just email me.
So email you first.
Email me, hey, we're the guys from Austria, you know, here for 3 more weeks, you know, and I'll forward it to somebody. And the answer might be no, but at least you'll get an answer pretty quick. Send me an email later today or tomorrow. I think you'll have an answer by Monday. Or by the end of the day on Monday. And do the same thing as the other guys. All right? Thanks very much. Good to meet you guys.
Thanks a lot, Gordon.
Good to meet you. Good luck. Good luck. Sorry, this guy. Hey.
Hi, JP.
All right, JP. Good.
I've been working at Capital Factory.
Yeah, okay.
Here from Houston, based in Houston.
Oh, cool.
Doing ATIs, summer things. Dave Altuni is running the Accelerator.
Oh, right.
We kind of sneak us in under the St. Ed seats.
Nice.
So, been having a great time.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Have you seen me around by chance?
I spend more time up here. Yeah.
I'm here 2 or 3 days a week.
Yeah, we may not have worked too much. I'd love to sit down and
Now that we've seen each other, we'll see each other for sure this coming week or 2.
I was curious in terms of the Capital Factory Accelerator focus. We do energy efficiency work, so it's very outside of the software kind of deal. Is that, I mean, do you still look at that broadly?
Sure, we've got probably a dozen hardware startups on our accelerator. Yeah, you know, we bring in about 50 companies run application cycles every 2 months, and I would say about every other cycle there's a hardware startup. It's a minority, even less than 10%, but it's not like we only have 1 or 2. Our mentors, we've got about a dozen mentors that grew up in hardware, really understand hardware from semiconductor to system hardware and whatnot. It's a minority of our mentors. One of the benefits of us being so large is we can take almost any kind of startups and there's going to be a community of interest. It's kind of like that.
I was talking to Liz about George Shaker and some other stuff, right? Okay. But yeah, I'll see you around here. You said you must have done something. It'd be cool to catch up for lunch today. Cool. All right, thanks for good luck.
So, actually, we want something different. So for us, we focus more on the side of things. So we focus on services to the side weeks because you have like a web design as a complex.
Alright, everybody, 5-minute warning. We're going to be having the global acquisition session fast forward, so start finding your seats.
Yeah, exactly. Still trying to figure out no one heard it, but the World Class so one down, I was so we do the slow clap just when it's go time. We do this, which of course is not ideal. We're learning, man. Yeah, it's good. Yeah, I was up today. And you took the liver. Like the liver was great. Like wasn't too bad. I'm fine. I'm not doing my intros. It's nice and like slow. I don't know what we're gonna do. Wait, I'm in. No, I'm doing
energy efficiency hardware, like semiconductor energy harvesting. Is that like within the realm of what you guys do?
Yeah, so I would say, do I personally have a answer? No, but if you describe something, I'm like, holy shit, I mean, even though it's doing something really amazing, I'll get a burning fire in my belly. Tell me.
Well, cool. I love you. We just announced Bart.
Yeah, so get my email from me.
I do too. I love that.
Really, I can't sell something different. You might see me like this, and I might be sitting down and standing up. Oh, yeah? Man, I have the same thing. It's not sort of and always having to jump on for I don't think it makes a difference. Hey, man, thank you. Hey, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
No, we're all good.
I'll be in the back. Yell at me.
I think I'm good. I'm going to use one of those nice things in the rush.
One of them's better than the other.
Oh yeah, get one that's better.
Good idea. It's probably that one, because this one has the red light on, which I think means it's running out of batteries. Hit the bottom and hold it.
Is this the good mic? I think it is.
You can hold it down. I mean, it's
Like that?
Yeah.
Okay.
I will listen. And so if I just give you that means that's the only way I hold them. Front of events get too boring and too like incredibly official. There's a reason we're leaving the tables like messy. We want it to be cool and more like engaged. And yeah, when you hold the mic like mob deep, it just works better, you know?
All right, people. Good afternoon. I am incredibly excited to introduce the next speaker. Tim is an alumni of the 3ds Cornell program. And while we have a handful of exits from 3D Startup alum, it's our first one to exit to a company like Google, which is a big deal, and we're incredibly excited to hear his story. So, a quick note, he had asked that we just kind of stay off phones and social media for the next 45 minutes. He's not going to give you trade secrets from Google, but it's going to be a more detailed talk if he can just speak freely and openly about what that experience was like. So let's just not tweet too much crazy stuff when he reveals like the Google PageRank algorithm. Okay, with that being said, it is my pleasure to introduce Tim Novikoff.
Thanks. Yeah, I just want to give people like an unvarnished, uncensored story of the startup. So yeah, just don't share it on social media. Just be confidential. Just be cool. So my name is Tim. I started a company at 3-Day Startup almost 5 years ago at Cornell. At the time, it was called Vantageous, and then we changed names to Flat Labs Inc. And last year, we sold to Google. And so I want to tell you the whole story. So obviously, it's going to be a high-level overview of 4 years going from 3-Day Startup to a Google acquisition. So before the beginning started, well,